girl's got a big mouth with which she blabbers a lot. She laughs at most everything, whether it's funny or not. And if you see her, tell her it's over now. I want a girl who will laugh for no one else. When I'm away, she puts her makeup on the shelf. When I'm away, she never leaves the house. I want a girl who laughs for no one else. My girl's got eyeballs in the back of her head. She looks around and around, you know it makes me sad to see her like that. Please don't believe her, she says that for anyone. And if you see her, tell her it's a hey, 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 hey. I want a girl who will laugh for no one else. When I'm away, she puts her makeup on the shelf. When I'm away, she never leaves the house. I want a girl who laughs for no one else. And if you see her, tell her it's over now. And if you see her, tell her it's over now. And if you watch her go, watch her, I want a girl who will laugh for no one else. When I'm away, she puts her makeup on the shelf. When I'm away, she never leaves the house. I want a girl who laughs for no one else. No one else, yeah.
I never thought it would happen to me, but I never thought it would happen to me, but
No one should ever have to look at themselves. I steer clear of graveyards, they are cliche in my death-obsessed generation. No one should ever have to look at themselves. High school teen, guys in the hospital, leaves behind a joint, a pair of Air Jordans. Lyrics on a popular rock ballads, changed to include his name. I'm taking back my heart. You were digging a hole for 6 feet at the state park. I didn't want you to hear that shake in my voice. My pain is my own. And when the cops took me down, I cried walking home. I cried walking home. You and me are connected now. We were in one photograph and we don't even
I'm jello, baby. You won't talk, won't look, won't think of me. I'm the epitome, a public enemy. Why you wanna go and do me like that? Come down on the street and dance with me. I'm alive like you, so please, hello. I'm here, I'm waiting. I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. I asked you to go to the Green Day concert. You said you never heard of them. How cool is that? So I went to your room and read your diary, watching grunge leg drop New Jack to a press table. And then my heart stopped listening to Cho-Cho San. Fall in love all over again. Jack to a press table. And then my heart stopped listening to Cho-Cho San. Fall in love all over again. I'm alive like you, so please, hello. I'm here, I'm waiting. Oh, we're crazy now. I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. Oh, stupid is it? I can't talk about it. I gotta sing about it and make a record of my heart. Won't you give me a minute? Just come up to me and say hello. How stupid is it? For all I know, you want me to, and maybe you just don't know what to do, and maybe you're scared to say I'm falling for you. I wish I could get my head out of the sand, 'cause I think we'd make a good team, and you would keep my fingernails clean. But that's just a stupid dream that I won't realize, 'cause I can't even look in your eyes without shaking, and I ain't faking. I'll bring home the turkey if you bring home the bacon. I'm alive like you, so please, hello. I'm here, I'm waiting. No, I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. I'm alive like you. I'm alive like you. I'm alive and I'm waiting. No, I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me.
She came from Greece, she had a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St. Martin's College. That's where I caught her eye. She told me that her dad was loaded. I said, in that case I'll have rum and Coca-Cola. She said, fine. And then in 30 seconds time, she said, I wanna live like common people. I wanna do whatever common people do. Wanna sleep with common people. I wanna sleep with common people like you. What else could I do? I said, oh, I'll see what I can do. I took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I just started. Some started there. I said, pretend you got no money. And she just laughed and said, oh, you're so funny. I said, yeah. I can't see anyone else smiling here. Are you sure? You wanna live like common people. You wanna see whatever common people see. Wanna sleep with common people. You wanna sleep with common people like me. But she didn't understand. And she just smiled and held my hand. I went to flash above the shop. I cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some facts and play some pool. Pretend you never went to school. Still you'll never get it right. It's when you're laid in bed at night, watching roaches climb the wall. If you called your dad, he could stop it. Oh yeah. You'll never live like common people. You'll never do whatever common people do. Never fail like common people. You'll never watch your lives slide out of view. And then dance and drink and screw. Because there's nothing else to do. Sing along with the common people. Sing along and it might just get you through. Laugh along with the common people. Laugh along even though they're laughing at you. And the stupid things that you do. Because you think that it's cool. Like a dog lying in a corner. They will bite you and never warn you look out. They'll tear your insides out. 'Cause everybody hates a tourist, especially one who thinks it's all such a laugh. Yeah, and the chip stains of Greece will come out in the bath. You will never understand how it feels to live your life with no meaning or control, and with nowhere left to go. You are amazed that they exist, and they burn so bright whilst you can only wonder why. I rent a flat above the shop. Cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some facts and play some pool. Pretend you where you can't get what you want, but you can get me. So let's set out to sea. 'Cause you are my medicine when you're close to me. When you're close to me. So call in the submarines and the world will go. Does anybody know if we're looking out on the day of another dream? If you can't get what you want, then come with me. Up on Melancholy Hill sits the manatee, just looking out for the day when you're close to me. When you're close to me. When you're close to me.
Hi, hello, Smile. How's it going? Um, hmm. Spider-Man Web of Shadows video on my homepage. What's this? Oh, I know. I was gonna look at Mauler's review. Mauler's brand new day review is out. files are linked. That's crazy. What a great use of a minute. Okay, Maul has released his Spider-Man Brand New Day review.
Discover the location.
And just the title alone annoys me. Spider-Man Brand New Day and Unbridled Rage. What the fuck do you mean, dude? What are you even saying here? What shit
Spider-Man Brand New Day is a story about Jean Grey, a telepath trying to find her kidnapped sister. The DODC, or Department of Damage Control, captured her sister, and so Jean's plan is simple. She will mind control civilians, forcing them to drive tanks into DODC correctional facilities, killing countless innocents. She will...
Dude, it's like... This is such an F-slur complaint, man. Take it up with the whole history of X-Men. Take it up with the entire history of X-Men, dude. This is like the story for all of them. It's about them awakening as an adolescent to some insane powers that they can't fully control or don't have the moral center to fully control, don't have the psychology to fully control. And so they act out or harm people around them in moments of emotional distress.
Never mention Indians to Cleepy because he starts getting a little crazy.
Thank you for the donut. Huge appreciated. That is literally the entire history. Yes. Yes, user. Yes, user. Yes. Yes. In almost every X-Men origin story, their powers awaken and they hurt a bunch of people around them, oftentimes killing them. Sometimes they kill their own family. Sometimes they... Yes. Yes. The X-Men are known for awakening to their powers as adolescents and causing damage with them. That's why they then end up with Professor X.
Will set off explosives within the tank to cause extreme damage to the building, killing countless more innocents and releasing criminals. She will use her mind control during the panic to reach a particular member of the DODC that will eventually facilitate the release of Scorpion. She will then mind control Scorpion and have him attack a DODC data center in the hope that she can ultimately discover the location of her sister. She could have, instead, mind-controlled the director of the DODC by gradually jumping through the facility, gain his memory of what happened to her sister, while calling up any information she wants with his authority without endangering herself or anyone else whatsoever, especially when knowing they have zero defense or expectation for this. Hell, she could have done it while he was sleeping at home, and she could have dealt with him with none the wiser upon discovering the truth. Unfortunately, these preschool-level thoughts would end the movie immediately, so we have to make her a titanically retarded, aggressively psychotic shitmole. Anyway, Spider-Man attempts to stop her. In response, Jean mind controls...
Dude, this is like the lowest form of movie criticism. This is literally like Cinema Sins level. Why didn't they just... Shut up, man. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
MJ and tricks Peter into thinking they can be together again, only to reveal the truth and threaten to kill MJ if he gets in the way. All of that instead of simply telling Spider-Man the
They do have a defense for it. They had scanners all around.
bona fide hero of New York that she is trying to find her kidnapped sister, which would consequently end the fucking movie. Why in the world does she opt to torture a hero in...
Bandit, you are one low-effort bait comment away from being gone for a day.
Instead of enlisting him to find her sister? Well, because her soul is as black as a befouled fucking bin bag. Jean eventually decides to mind control Bruce Banner. This leads to the release of the Hulk, the destruction of another building, and the almost death of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, she mind controls the Punisher to break open a security system in the hopes of finally discovering the location of her sister by confronting the director of the DODC. Again, something she could have done day one without harming a single additional person. Spider-Man neutralizes her. She is captured and eventually becomes all-powerful, holding countless innocents hostage, surely killing several more. To then mind control their hand into attacking
Autistic guys in their late 30s love doing this gay-ass supervillain growl, trying to make their voice sound as deep as possible in videos. Harmful Opinions, Mauler, we're looking at you. The gayest autistic loser in their late 30s loves doing a little deep voice growl in their dogshit media criticism videos.
Spider-Man to the point of having someone stab themselves through the belly just to hurt him. Spider-Man defeats them and reaches Jean, who then threatens to kill the entire city if Peter gets any closer. Because reasons. Like, Jean Grey and...
Like, what is it? Because reasons. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Talk like you know... I've heard you talk on live streams. Talk like a fucking human being. Stop doing the gay supervillain act in your videos. You are 38. I don't know how old Mauler is. I'm just calling him 38.
in this movie has all the moral fortitude of a damp
He can't be that much
and
younger.
so Peter allows her to explore his mind, meeting his memory of
It is
Aunt
like these guys are like trans. These guys are like full-blown trans.
May tells Jean that it is your most important responsibility to remember you are special. You are beautiful, and people love you for you, not because you are special. This reassurance of Jean's beauty and incredible nature convinces her not to end the life of the cruel bastard that tortured her sister to death, despite the hundreds of civilian corpses it took for her to get to this moment.
I just... No, actually, the Marvel movie... They were going to make a movie where, actually, teenagers are inherently evil. No, that was going to be the message of the movie, Morley, you're right. They were going to actually say, teenagers are inherently evil, and if they do something that's wrong or fuck up and go too far and hurt people, they're irredeemable. They're actually irredeemable. And maybe showing them some compassion as a father or mother figure or whatever. That's a useless idea. That's a pointless idea. That was going to be the message of the Marvel movie. That was going to be the message of the Disney movie. You're right, Muller. That's what they should have done. That's a way better message. That's a way better message.
At the same time, the Punisher and Spider-Man ensure Jean escapes all forms of justice for the countless innocent people she pointlessly and often enthusiastically tortured and killed.
There you go. You're getting your day.
Her to live her life in
begged
peace.
for it.
Spider-Man, Brand New Day is
actually,
a
like Muller
tangled
doing the fucking
web
retarded
of
voice in this
flaming
video. Give me a
chimp
break,
shit.
man.
Frank Castle, the Punisher, begins the movie.
You can feel free to call in and present your clip of Muller talking like this on live stream.
By shooting Spider-Man with a grenade launcher, something that can kill him considering a bullet can. Frank also decides to drop several tons of metal on an innocent civilian 3 times because he is, at this point, akin to a particularly cowardly, brain-vacuumed Mr. Fuck.
Like, he's doing the Arch Warhammer thing, too. He's, like, half-rolling his R's. He's, like, half-rolling his R's. It's driving me fucking crazy.
Spider-Man, Brand New Day is a tangled web of flaming chimp shit. Frank Castle, the Punisher, begins the movie by shooting Spider-Man with a grenade launcher, something that can kill him considering a bullet can. Frank also decides to drop several tons of metal on an innocent civilian 3 times because he is, at this point, akin to a particularly cowardly, brain-vacuumed Mr. Fucking Bean. Frank decides that when battling the Hulk, he will use flashbangs, explosives, guns, and his patented as though he has no idea it would only make the fucking Hulk angrier. Frank then decides he'll go after Jean during this battle, someone who can mind control him at a 33-foot distance, leading, retardedly, to him getting mind control.
What else did he have to fight the Hulk with? What else did the Punisher have? What else did he have to fight with? They were using what they could. They were using what they had. They didn't expect to fight the Hulk. They did not expect to go in there and fight the Hulk. The Hulk was just there.
While mind-controlled, Jean has him brutally wound 2 innocent security members trying to protect themselves.
But they can't just run, Isaac. They're there to get Jean, to stop fucking Jean.
Jean, and Frank never acknowledges this. Instead, a joke is made at the end of the scene. By the end of the movie, Frank, with the knowledge that Jean is mind-controlling everyone in the city potentially to death and has previously killed countless innocent people, sees she and Spider-Man are locked in some form of mind battle, providing him the chance to shoot her, ending her reign of psychotic mind-raping murder. Only for Spider-Man to take the bullet, and the Punisher eventually cries and apologizes. He was absolutely right. That's spiritually...
It's so fucking stupid. It's literally like the most just retarded pervert analysis alive. It's so crazy. You are such a low IQ pervert. Yeah, that bitch has gone too far. Why don't they just shoot the teenager on screen? You are such a low IQ pervert. Why is Punisher crying? Dude, it's literally all explained to you in the movie. And it's totally justified by both the themes and the characterization. As you want your hecking 2D character comic book Punisher that never goes through any development whatsoever. The point of Punisher crying is that earlier in the movie, he has given Spider-Man a bunch of shit for being a pussy who hides behind a mask. Then, in the final scene, Punisher, dealing with a problem in the way he thinks he should deal with it, taking the step that needs to be taken. He's doing what has to be done. He goes to shoot Jean Grey, and he sees Spider-Man in a huge act of self-sacrifice and courage, take the bullet, save the day, prevent this girl from dying, who then goes and uses, thank you for the $2, who then goes and uses her powers to save Spider-Man and keep his wound from bleeding out, while he gets to the hospital. And so, Punisher cries because he realizes the kindness and self-sacrifice of the other people involved. And how his actions had played against that. Like, do you just want him to be totally cold, psychotic, never a single piece of introspection or analysis of his actions? It's just always, oh, well, I almost killed a teenager, who cares? Who cares? Here's the thing I like as well. You'll see right-wingers cry that John Bernthal's Punisher is like therapized and that John Bernthal's a fucking pussy and all this shit. I thank you for $2. And then you'll see left-wingers cry that John Bernthal's some thin blue line, back the blue, fucking, you know, whatever. I literally saw a post last night talking about how I'm sick of John Bernthal trying to drip feed his stupid back the blue shit into Punisher. It's so fucking crazy.
Spineless, soggy pillock, absolutely embarrassing and irreconcilable with the man who would have ripped Peter apart for standing in the way of ridding the world of a psychopathic, mass-murdering, mind-raping fiend. Peter Parker, despite having a full view, allows an innocent man to be hit by a car through mind control without pulling him back. Apparently, he's distracted. He's a vacant moron, despite the entire event he was focusing on being Jean showing how cruel she can be by getting this innocent man killed.
Webmaster, it's like literally that. Just say you came in halfway through what I was saying, so I can time you out. Okay, just say that. Just say I came in halfway through what you're saying, because if you say you didn't come in halfway through what I was saying, I'm then going to ask you what I was saying, and if you fail to repeat it, I'm going to time you out for twice as long. So, Webmaster, tell me. What did I actually say? Why does just repeating back to me, Punisher is meant to be a cold psychopathic killer. Why does that not discount what I was saying? Now, are you going to accept a couple-hour timeout, or are you going to accept a full-day timeout? Because I don't think you're about... Or are you going to thoroughly respond to that, explain what I said, and explain how it responds? I came in halfway. See you in a few hours. See you in a few hours. Fucking retard. Sadly, I can't do a few hour bantering in 30 minutes.
You struggling with your reaction time there, Spider-Man? Speaking of this idiot insect, Peter, when knowing Jean was just in his apartment threatening to reach MJ, decides to chase those she jumps through in mind control. He believes he can trap her within them if they are too far from another body to jump into, even though he knows she can exit them at will from having seen it happen twice already. An especially stupid move when he should be making a beeline to MJ or to his own apartment, since he knows he is immune to Jean's mind control and can easily neutralize her.
Punisher literally is not meant to be a psychopath. Okay, he literally isn't a psychopath. The idea of being a psychopath is like, well, now we call it like, it's all under like antisocial personality disorder, right? But the idea of being a psychopath is it is sort of like a mental illness that arises in childhood. Frank Castle as a character has like his entire family killed as a full-grown adult and decides to become an avenging murderer. He's not a psychopath. He has empathy. He has like, you know, he has a moral compass. He understands and is like able to function in society and has been for most of his life. He simply has a massive traumatic event happen to him that gives him nothing to lose and changes his view of morality. He's traumatized. He's not a psychopath. He's not supposed to be just endless, you know, I just fucking hate everyone. I just want to kill everyone. He's not the hatred guy. This is not Frank Castle.
My name is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world and these human worms feasting on its carcass. My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred. And I always wanted to die violently. This is the time of vengeance, and no life is worth saving. And I will put in the grave as many as I can. It's time for me to kill.
Yeah, average Mueller script reading. Yeah, so this is like totally retarded. I like Frank Castle's supposed to be a psychopath. He's not a fucking psychopath. He's not a fucking psychopath. That's retarded. It is like incredibly fucking boring and impossible to write an interesting character over time if you just leave them as a totally two-dimensional, murderous, cold-blooded machine for the entire run of the character. Yes, at some point the character has to reflect and grow, actually. And it's, you know, he's like, oh, Punisher would kill Spider-Man sorry. For getting in the way of a murderer. Punisher would kill Spider-Man for getting in the way of a murderer. Yeah, Punisher might do that if it was just some random person protecting a murderer. Yeah, he might kill a person getting in his way. But he has a pre-existing relationship with Spider-Man. He knows who Spider-Man is. He knows Spider-Man's not a fucking bad guy. He knows Spider-Man's not out there trying to protect murderers to protect murderers. He's got that much. They have this whole thing that's built up throughout the movie where Spider-Man has saved Punisher in a previous situation where there was like some shootout with drug dealers. Spider-Man has saved Punisher and there's like an argument over whether he's owed one. So they have this pre-existing relationship, this kind of rapport already built up, and you see that, and you see it build more as the movie goes on. So obviously, Punisher having a more personal relationship with Spider-Man is going to care when he shoots him. It's so fucking stupid.
When reaching MJ, he simply assumes she couldn't possibly have been mind-controlled in time. He believes everything she says. Again, he's a vacant, spider-flavored watermelon fuck. Peter eventually meets Jean directly and fails to web the shit out of her, at least her feet even, like he did to people earlier in the movie, leading to the Hulk sneaking up on Spider-Man.
What?
I repeat, the Hulk sneaks up on Spider-Man, as though his footsteps aren't heavier than an Ozempic-deprived Boogie 2988.
I'm in tremendous pain! I'm in tremendous pain! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Peter then decides it's intelligent to have the Punisher deal with Jean despite...
Are you going to cover David Pac-Man crashing out after Kyle torched him?
Thank you for the $5. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I don't have the links. Somebody sent it to me.
the fact that he doesn't want Frank to kill her, as is the Punisher's MO. On top of that, Pete kills...
What are we saying here?
I'm in tremendous pain! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Peter then decides it's intelligent to have the Punisher deal with Jean, despite the fact that he doesn't want Frank to kill her, as is the Punisher's MO. On top of that, Peter warns of the 33-foot distance he must keep from Jean.
Okay, dude. He's having to strip out so much of the movie to try and make this sound retarded. The only reason why Punisher is there to help Spider-Man try and get Jean is because they have already gone... Spider-Man has already taken MJ to Punisher's, like, little boathouse, warehouse, fucking place he's in. And they've had a whole set of scenes where they're basically bonding. And MJ's had these like little banter scenes with Punisher and they're sort of like bonded with him a bit. And then MJ's like, Spider-Man's basically like, oh, stay here and look after MJ. Stay here and make sure no one gets to MJ. I'm going to go find Jean. And Spider-Man leaves and then MJ's like talking to Punisher. Is like, I think you should just go. I think you should go. He might need your help. And Punisher's like, you know, he sort of weighs it up. He's like, oh, fuck it. I'll go help the kid, you know? So it's the whole thing. It's not just Punisher shows up there and Spider-Man's like, or Spider-Man brings Punisher to capture Jean. And it's like, don't kill her. Okay, but don't kill her. Okay, but don't kill her. No, it's like there's been this whole bonding scene. There has been this whole lead up where obviously they're going to play ball a bit. They're not like totally antagonistic at this point in the movie. At the start of the movie, he shoots him with a grenade launcher, yes, but you see the development of that relationship throughout the movie. But you've had to just totally ignore all of that to try and make it sound totally retarded that Spider-Man expects Punisher not to just go and shoot Jean.
Jean, as though they aren't in an office building replete with corners at every square meter.
I don't even like this movie that much. I fucking hate the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. I like this movie as an X-Men movie more than as a Spider-Man movie. I don't like Punisher. I certainly don't like fucking John Bernthal Netflix Punisher. But I am forced to defend it from just like retarded criticisms.
Meaning she could easily mind-control Frank and cause mayhem, only for Frank to then be mind-controlled, causing mayhem. Everyone is fucking brain-dead in this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembered being mind-controlled. Peter then later realizes, through MJ, saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street, that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ...
Wait, what was he saying? More likes Infinity War. Okay, and? Doesn't everyone like Infinity War?
She could... Peter warns of the 33-foot distance he must keep from Jean, as though they aren't in an office building replete with corners at every square meter, meaning she could easily mind-control Frank and cause mayhem, only for Frank to then be mind-controlled, causing mayhem. Everyone is fucking brain-dead in this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembered being mind-controlled. Peter then...
Dude, what other option do they have at that point? Sorry, wait. They're saying it's so retarded. What? Okay. What else were they meant to do? Punisher and Spider-Man. Okay. Here's what happens. Spider-Man goes to find Jean Grey. They find Hulk there as well, without his inhibitor. I think at one point being controlled by Jean, but then he breaks free and turns into Savage Hulk. It's Spider-Man and Punisher there. There is now Savage Hulk and Jean Grey operating separately. Spider-Man is going to have to fight Hulk. There is no world in which Punisher is left to fight Hulk. So what? Do they just, like, give up and let Jean Grey just go do whatever the fuck she wants? No, obviously. He sends Punisher to look for Jean, warns him of the 33-foot jump distance, but that isn't enough, and Jean manages to jump into his body because it's an office building. She's able to just jump around corners. What were their other options at that point, though? What were the other options? They're in an office building with Hulk and Jean Grey. What the fuck else can they do? I don't understand what the criticism is here.
Deprived boogie Bible directly could have been mind-controlled in time. He believes everything she says. Again, he's a vacant, spider-flavored watermelon fuck. Peter eventually meets Jean directly and fails to web the shit out of her, at least her feet even, like he did to people earlier in the movie, leading to the Hulk sneaking up on Spider-Man.
What?
I repeat, the Hulk sneaks.
Well, they don't, like, quote-unquote, get along in the movie. Like, they're not, like, getting along, like, they're not, like, buddy-buddy the whole time in the movie. They're quite antagonistic in most of the scenes. But the way their relationship develops is by, in huge, you know, climactic moments, Frank seeing the traits in Spider-Man that he respects in people. Seeing the even stuff that, you know, Frank wouldn't even go as far as doing, like throwing himself in front of a bullet for Jean Grey. You know, that's where Frank really gains respect for him. And obviously he talks to MJ as well, and he has a better relationship with MJ than he does with Spider-Man. Yeah, I hate that, Ryzak. It's like just the endless, like, you know. Why didn't they just fucking shoot him? Why didn't they just fucking shoot the bad guy? It's just, like, so fucking annoying.
Up on Spider-Man, as though his footsteps aren't heavier than an Ozempic-deprived Boogie 2988.
I'm in tremendous pain! I'm in tremendous pain! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Peter then decides it's intelligent to have the Punisher deal with Jean, despite the fact that he doesn't want Frank to kill her, as is...
So, yeah, so, okay. Mauler, switch it round. Spider-Man says, Punisher, go deal with Hulk. How would that not be infinitely more retarded, dude? How would you not be saying, that was fucking retarded too? That would be so fucking stupid. The actual critique here, okay, let's wind this back. Mauler is just like a total fucking retard. Because none of these critiques make sense. The actual critique, if you were going to do the cinema sins, actually, would be, why the fuck does Punisher listen to MJ? He should stay protecting her. That was the deal. You know, that's one thing you could say. No, that's about it, to be honest. You just say something like that. You say, why do you even go in the first place? But I mean, Spider-Man would have been, like, solo raped, so the movie would have ended there.
Is the Punisher's MO.
But you complain about the contrivance or something, about how it's a contrived thing to bail Spider-Man out in a fight he would have lost.
On top of that, Peter warns of the 33-foot distance he must keep from Jean, as though they aren't in an office building replete with corners at every square meter, meaning she could easily mind-control Frank and cause mayhem, only for Frank to then be mind-controlled, causing mayhem. Everyone is fucking brain-dead in this lobotomized toilet soup.
Yeah, this
Peter
guy's,
is
like,
told
retarded.
by the director
What
of
was
the
the other option
DODC that he remembered being mind-controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember.
Punisher, go handle Thanos while I fight Vulture. Yeah, it's like that's the level we're on right now.
anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fuck already anything before waking up, then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling as Peter grabbed her, meaning she absolutely did know what was happening before waking up on the street. But on top makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling, and so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling, before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should have...
Dude, this is like, I'm literally having to rewind this 6 times to pass what the complaint even is here. So, okay, he's saying that because previously to the director of damage control saying that he had this memory conjured up of Sarah while he was mind controlled, because previously Peter had heard people say they don't remember anything from being mind controlled, that must mean he would instantly realize that this authority figure who he sort of trusts going into it is lying to him. The moment he says that, he should realize he's lying. No, obviously not. That's literally, first of all, that's not how anyone works in real life. That is literally not how anyone's mind works in real life. No one is going to instantly assume that guy is lying. He hasn't been taking exact notes on the perception of the people while they're mind controlled. He's got a loose idea that they don't remember it happening. But if someone says, oh, yeah, I had this memory conjured up, he's not going to immediately assume that to be a lie. Now, when it comes to MJ, he's had this extensive conversation with her while possessed. While possessed, he had an extensive conversation with her where Jean Grey was drawing up memories in MJ's head in order to manipulate Peter. So MJ saying, after waking up, I don't remember anything, is showing Peter that even when Jean Grey is digging through their mind and conjuring up all these different memories to use for her own, they don't remember it happening. They don't remember it happening. So it's being made explicitly clear to him that, oh, even if she was digging around in his head, he still wouldn't remember it. Now, she says, I don't remember anything before waking up on the street. Sure, maybe that's a slight inconsistency because she woke up in the air and screamed for a minute, but she goes unconscious quickly after. It's not totally out of possibility that she just sort of remembers a flash of falling and then waking up on the street and just says, I don't remember what before waking up on the street. She obviously, what she's saying is she doesn't remember being possessed. And everyone understands that. Everyone understands that, you fucking idiot.
Already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling as Peter grabbed her, meaning she absolutely did know what was happening before waking up on the street. But on top of that, it doesn't make the DODC director a liar to say that he knows she mind controlled him because all the victims know they have lost time, and he knows what her powers are. Peter Parker casually...
No! You don't understand what happened in the movie! He literally doesn't understand what happened in the movie. The lie isn't that he was possessed. It was that Jean Grey conjured up this memory of his ex-co-worker Sarah. That's the lie. That's what Peter realizes is a lie. That this whole Sarah thing's a cover story.
controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling as Peter grabbed
this is a
her,
terrible
meaning
video.
she absolutely did know what was happening before waking up on the street. But on top of that, it doesn't make the DODC director a liar to say that he knows she mind controlled him because
That's not what the lie was. That's not what the... He does know she mind controlled him. Obviously, he knows she mind controlled him for the reasons you're laying out. He knew she was around. He understands her powers. He knew she was jumping around to people. Yes, he understands. He could easily... He's not a liar for saying he knew he was mind controlled. He knew that because he lost that time, he was mind controlled by Jean Grey. The lie is the idea that she conjured up this memory of a co-worker, and that's what she was saying. That's what he realizes was the lie.
all the victims know they have lost time, and he knows what her powers are. Peter Parker casually invented an inhibitor that applies to the most powerful
So, dude, it's crazy how bad this video is. It literally, he's missed key points of the movie. He has missed, like, key things about the movie completely. What a fucking idiot. Now he's going to complain about the inhibitor, which I totally agree about. I totally agree. The inhibitor is such a stupid plot decision. But we'll see if he fucks it up.
Peter Parker casually invented an inhibitor that applies to the most powerful mutants, Spider-Man himself, and the fucking Hulk, meaning he just created a universal muzzle to superpowers and provided the design to the Department of Damage.
So, okay, so it's not a universal muzzle for superpowers, as far as I understand. It's a universal muzzle for genetic mutations. So superpowers that aren't genetic mutations, assumedly, are not affected by this. I think that's pretty clearly explained. Now, I think that's a problem. I think that introduces a lot of big issues for potential X-Men storylines. And you're going to have to constantly have that in the back of the writers' minds, that there is this universal muzzle in existence, that there is a chip that can just be put on any X-Man at any point to turn off their powers. That's like seemingly trivial to build because Peter does it with just his at-home fabricator. A lot of Marvel powers are genetic mutations, Freddy, yeah, but a lot of them aren't. Thor isn't a mutant of any kind; doesn't have a genetic mutation. Iron Man obviously isn't any kind of genetic mutation. Yeah, there's a lot that don't. In fact, most of the super powerful ones aren't mutants, I'd say. They're usually like alien or magic. No, I don't think Hawkeye's got any mutations.
Control, i.e. the government. What an absolute immoral, idiotic, bootlicking...
Do they give it to damage control? Really? I don't remember if that happens. He gave Jean with the chip to them, not the design. Yeah, I don't think he shows them how to make an inhibitor or gives them the design or gives them an inhibitor. Jean has the inhibitor on. He gives Jean to them with the inhibitor on at first. But I mean, Jean breaks out and the inhibitor is destroyed. So, and the whole damage control facility is like destroyed.
Fucking lamp, illustrated by his almost complete lack of care as that innocent man is splattered, by the way. Pete just moves the fuck on, not a care in the world. The guy sees the most blatant mind control with confirmation afterward, and he doesn't tell the police explicitly what he saw, despite several people now likely heading to jail as criminals. Peter's AI invades every citizen's privacy in order to...
It's like just annoying because there's stuff like the Beast storyline of trying to like cure his powers. It just seems like it doesn't work if there's just a chip he can put on that does it.
Scan faces and search through private information, completely violating some rather basic laws and ethics. Peter is simply sitting...
No, it is destroyed, Tyrone. It is destroyed. It's not like incinerated into, absolutely nothing, but it's destroyed. It's broken.
On revolutionary, world-changing technology that could save countless lives and uses it to spy on people, to take powers from heroes, and to provide this service and capacity to the worst subcategory of the government in the universe. Anyone remember The Dark Knight?
This is wrong.
Only you can use it.
Spying on 30 million people isn't part of my job description.
Anyone remember Project Insight?
For once, we're way ahead of the curve.
By holding a gun to everyone on Earth and calling it protection. This isn't freedom. This is fear.
Captain America would be disgusted with this scum fuck. Hell, Peter Parker would be disgusted with whoever this freak is, considering he gave up that same power in Far From Home the moment it was stumbling on private information.
No, don't look at it. Don't look at it. That's wrong.
This penniless, rock-bottom,
This is wrong.
Only you can use it.
People, tech information, complete now likely heading to jail as criminals. Peter's AI invades every citizen's privacy in order to scan faces and search through private information, completely violating some rather basic laws and ethics. Peter is simply sitting on revolutionary, world-changing technology that could save countless lives and uses it to spy on people, to take powers from heroes, and to provide this service and capacity to the worst subcategory of the government in...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, these are like pretty typical Spider-Man character flaws. Like, you can just look back at stuff like the Civil War storyline and shit like that. Obviously, the one in the movies is done terribly, but the actual Civil War storyline. And show that, see, pretty common Spider-Man character flaws here. You can look at, obviously it's when Doc Ock takes over, but there is still some Spider-Man in there. The Superior, is it Superior Spider-Man? I'm pretty sure. Like, there's a bunch of Spider-Man stories where, yeah, he either creates technology to fight crime better, or he signs up to some government thing to try and fight crime better and betrays other superheroes in some way. There's plenty of stories where that's the case. I agree it's not made good on. If Waller's complaint here is that story is not made good on here, yeah, that's true. And if this is never dealt with at any point in any of the films, that's almost like an unresolved plot thread. But simply introducing these elements does not betray the character. It does not betray the themes. Yeah, I'm saying the comic, Stylo.
In the universe, anyone remember The Dark Knight?
This is wrong.
Only you can use it.
Spying on 30 million people isn't part of my job description.
Anyone remember Project Insight?
For once, we're way ahead of the curve.
By holding a gun to everyone on Earth and calling it protection. This isn't freedom. This is fear.
Captain America would be disgusted with this scum fuck. Hell, Peter Parker would be
Oh yeah, there's a reason why they were on opposite sides during Civil War.
disgusted with whoever this freak is, considering he gave up that same power in Far From Home the moment it was stumbling on private information.
No, don't look at it. Don't look at it. That's wrong.
This penniless, rock-bottom, lonely Spider-Man is all in name only. He is as corporate as they come, living in a huge New York loft, excited to approach each day.
I agree that, you know, comics, it's not like you can't just go, oh, read the comics, it's like it's in the comics, and that makes a bad thing good. But it can give you a bit more context for how they're trying to characterize something in the movies, where it might go, what they're aiming for. It can give you a little bit more context for that, where you may not be understanding something, where there may be an issue where you as the viewer are not understanding something that other viewers are understanding.
Collaborating with the police and federal agencies via futuristic tech while FaceTiming the Avengers whenever he wants. Raimi Peter Parker was fired from delivering pizzas while selling his photos at diminishing returns.
FaceTiming the Avengers whenever he wants. Okay, FaceTiming Black Widow 2 whenever he wants. He's not calling up Thor, is he? He has to pretend to be a student to talk to Banner. And we say the Avengers, you mean the new Avengers, you mean Thunderbolts.
Futuristic tech while FaceTiming the Avengers whenever he wants. Raimi Peter Parker was fired from delivering pizzas while selling his photos at diminishing returns, and he was still struggling to make his rent. He was also authentically lonely. He was struggling to grow his social connections. He had barely any technology. Regardless of all that, Peter is a cranially carbonated, immoral scumfuck to spare Jean Grey from any and all justice, despite being the most wretched.
Just kill the child! Kill the child! The child was evil! Just kill the child! Alright, man. What do you even say to this? You're like some you are just a pervert. You're like some weird fucking pervert. Genuinely. You are like actually some bizarre fucking pervert who just wants to see some kid get domed on screen. That's not going to be the message of the movie. The fact you want to watch a movie like that makes me look at you weird. It makes me side-eye you. You want to watch a Spider-Man movie that's about how a troubled teen coming to terms with her power and hurting other people around her in a moment of trauma should be met with a bullet in the skull. And that's the message. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser pervert.
Oxygen-thieving murder womble this side of the broken-ass Feige-verse. Personally,
and stop with the Arch Warhammer rolling your R's. You sound like such a fucking sped.
Love listening to Peter insist Jean isn't a killer. After she had a ninja Sudoku himself, she blew up several buildings, she froze tens of thousands of people, and she walked an innocent old man in front of a car.
You're not a murderer. She just said she killed 3 people. I know, but I'm saying deep down.
This movie even shits all over Yelena.
No! Longman isn't right-wing. He just likes really picking out the nitpicks of movie criticisms. No! Anyway, let's switch over to some black people getting shot to ribbons on body cam.
Pitiful photocopy of better times. She discovers through Spider-Man that innocent people are being taken by an adjacent yet interwoven Justice Department for observation, experimentation, and other human rights violations related to mind control, and doesn't give a single shit despite that being her core trauma from the Red Room, something that defined the majority of her life, and she passes it off with no less enthusiasm than a constipated gorilla preparing his tax return. 2 sisters are attempting to reach each other despite a greater evil institution keeping them apart involving mind control, and she is simply disinterested. Actually hilarious that they assassinate such a forced and worthless character with just a minute of screen time. Despite airing mind control, that pitiful photocopy of better times. She discovers through Spider-Man that innocent people are being taken by an adjacent yet interwoven Justice Department for observation, experimentation, and other human rights violations related to mind control, and doesn't give a single shit despite that being her core trauma from the Red Room, something that defined the majority of her life, and she passes it off with no less enthusiasm than a constipated gorilla preparing his tax return. Two sisters are attempting to reach each other despite a greater evil institution keeping them apart, involving...
This could be true. I just haven't seen Black Widow. I haven't seen Black Widow. Because who the fuck watches that shit, bruh? I didn't watch a Black Widow movie because I don't waste my fucking time and shit like that. But this could be true. This could be true.
Mind control, and she is simply disinterested. Actually hilarious that they assassinate such a forced and worthless character with just a minute of screen time. The film is packed with flashback imagery of better films on top of scattered stale jokes referencing Lord of the Rings or the fact that scorpions are nocturnal. You get insecure exposition dumps like the detective telling Spider-Man to stop the bad guys from reaching the building. Spider-Man put all the criminals in because the bad guys could end up freeing all the criminals Spider-Man put in the building, and Spider-Man then says, yeah, I know. Who do you think put him in there? Or how about the condescending as fuck line? Sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter.
Also, wait. I think he did fudge some details there with the Black Widow thing. What does he actually say to... what's the second Black Widow called? Yelena? I think, is it? I'm pretty sure they don't say, they don't even know at this point that Jean or Sarah have been tortured by damage control. This idea that, oh, she ignored human rights abuses, it's like her core trauma. They didn't know all that at that point. The picture wasn't totally clear at that point.
Parker's heart. The plot looks like minced confetti after a nice soak in acid. It's just so lucky that Peter bumped into Ned, to then see MJ, to then have an existential crisis over the thought of sitting in the cuck chair, causing a biological reaction that facilitates the creation of a universal inhibitor that he happens to end up using to neutralize Jean. The film is over without that
Stop with the trailing off your sentences and rolling your R's like Arch Warhammer. I need you in prison for this. I need you in prison for this.
The film is also over if Jean doesn't allow Peter to see her face for no reason at all. The film is also over if Frank doesn't happen to have every tool Peter needs to construct a universal inhibitor.
She said all the files were scrubbed too. Yeah, he's having to fudge so many details to make these retarded points, dude. It's so crazy.
That can deactivate
people actually just like watch this dog shit and absorb it, man.
Hulk,
it's crazy.
Spider-Man, and Jean I enjoy torturing defenseless old women Grey in his dingy fucking basement. The film is also over if MJ didn't happen to know exactly what the inhibitor needed to work where Spider-Man didn't. What the fuck was with the hand in this stupid movie? Daredevil dealt with them only for them to somehow return, then get defeated by Spider-Man off-screen, to then wander around DODC until the director decided they're a group of kids.
I mean, the hand are totally useless jobbers in this, basic background characters, reference characters.
Only for them to somehow return, then get defeated by Spider-Man off-screen, to then wander around DODC until the director decided they're a group of kids without a leader that just need guidance. What the fuck hallucinogen are you on, you clown bucket? They say mechanical and organic webs cannot on.
Wait, what is your criticism here?
The film is also over if Frank doesn't happen to have every tool Peter needs to construct a universal inhibitor that can deactivate the Hulk, Spider-Man, and Jean I enjoy torturing defenseless old women Grey in his dingy fucking basement. The film is also over if MJ didn't happen to know exactly what the inhibitor needed to work where Spider-Man didn't. What the fuck was with the hand in this stupid...
MJ didn't know exactly what the inhibitor needed to work. They reasoned through it. They reasoned through it. They worked together and reasoned through it. That's not what happens, dude. Oh my god. They have a whole scene where they're like talking about like what the issue could be, and basically MJ's like pitching different, and Spider-Man's like, no, that can't be it. And she's like, well, what about the field coming off of your goggles on your mask? And he's like, no, it shouldn't be producing that much of a field, but it's close to the inhibitor, and so they fuck around with it. They literally go back and forwards about what the issue is. She doesn't just know what it is. She is a STEM student. She says very clearly, I was doing biochem before I switched to aerospace. It's not like they're just like, oh, woman comes in and knows exactly what to do. No, it's very clearly stated for you, Muller. She was studying biochem before switching to aerospace at MIT. They reason through it together. They bounce off each other and come to the solution. No part of it is like Mary suing Muller. No part of it is like, oh, MJ just knows. No. It's a moment that is supposed to represent and teach Peter the benefit of friends, the benefit of learning together, the benefit of having the personal life, as well as the work life, how they can complement each other, and a solution for one could arise from the other. But that would require a second order thought, which clearly from the limited amount of Muller's videos I watched, he does not have the capacity for whatsoever.
Good movie. Daredevil dealt with them only for them to somehow return, then get defeated by Spider-Man off-screen, to then wander around DODC until the director decided they're a group of kids without a leader that just need guidance. What the fuck hallucinogen are you on, you clown bucket? They say mechanical and organic webs cannot be used at the same time when...
Yeah, but it's dumb that Spider-Man does that, Freddy. MJ doesn't do that. All MJ does is figure out why it's overheating. She just helps him figure out why it's overheating. MJ doesn't really design it in any way. They just like problem solve on why the chip is overheating when he's using it.
And Peter could obviously just place them on the other sides of his arms and reprint a suit to facilitate that. Hell, he could just put them further down on the same side. Apparently, Peter's spider sense couldn't detect the beeping countdown of the damn bomb in the tank. Apparently, Peter's AI camera system is more advanced and sentient than anything we have, and yet it can't detect a standard-ass fucking intruder bumbling into his own home. How, if Jean could only control people one at a time in the first 2 acts, was she able to mind control the driver to get her to the bottom of the building, and at the same time mind control MJ at the top of the building? Huh? And on the same note, how is MJ mind controlling the guards at the door and everyone she clears in DODC when she can only control one person at a time, and she's supposed to be controlling Bruce all the way up the building? It's very funny that Jean thinks it's evidence of the DODC being evil that they have weapons that...
She isn't... I don't think there's ever a point where it's stated, implied, or anything that she is strictly able to control the one person. In fact, you see her freeze a whole bunch of people at the end of the movie, but she's still learning her powers. So you see her doing very limited jumps at the very start. Sorry, in the flashback. In the flashback, not at the very start of the movie, in the flashback with Sarah. She's struggling to do very limited jumps. And that you see her gradually learn her powers more. It's never at any point stated she can only control one person. However, she probably struggles to go past one. She struggles to go past one, and she can't do more than about 30 feet at the midpoint in the movie. But it is never stated, it is never said she can only control one person. Totally reasonable, especially based on the ending scene. That sometimes she's able to control one, and maybe freeze another, Maybe she's not. Maybe she doesn't have to. Maybe she can only focus about it. Like, it's not explicitly explained, but at no point is it stated otherwise. You know.
Can counter Spider-Man. Only she is the proof as to why they not only should, but that it would be moral. Because what if someone like you...
Ezo, I think someone was trying to make a point about Lolly. I think that's why people were threatening to rape me.
Took control of a hero and turned them into a villain. Oh wait, she literally did that. Why did Metzger tell his shitty lie? As far as the writers were concerned anyway. If he was the one with the most experience experimenting and studying the mind control power and knows how it works more so than anyone else, wouldn't he be notably the best poised to not tell a shitty lie? They tell us the DODC had records of Jean and Sarah Gray. They knew they were both telepaths. They had 'em dead to rights, actively committing mass mind rape in the park, and when they captured Sarah, they could see another girl with her, yelling her name, only to slowly walk away. They do not capture this other girl. Instead, they scrub her records and behave as though she doesn't exist. Their plan to capture them doesn't make a lick of sense either. You approach as a group in daylight in a populated area and hope she doesn't mind control you guys when she absolutely can. She could have had you all start killing each other. Just trank them both at a distance and wait, you mob of dilapidated minge. Oh wait, then the film would be over, so never mind. Jean, for some reason, didn't sabotage Peter's tech when she discovered it in his house.
No, I think they did it for the visual, actually, Muller. There are plenty of ways they could have captured her in a way that kept the film going, and all these same plot elements were able to happen. I think they did it for the visual, Muller. Because filmmaking is a visual medium. And it's actually sometimes about expressing themes or analogies through visuals, as opposed to perfectly aligning with your autistic, molested on or before December 31st, 2007, 38-year-old retarded mind, and the endless nitpicking it's going to do to any fucking movie that isn't just like... That doesn't lay everything out like a fucking maths equation.
Despite him clearly using it to track and stop her, Jean entered the DODC building with all the grace of a drunken Godzilla playing mini-golf. Had she done this day one with just a bit more stealth, she would have achieved her goals instantly. Instead, this way allows her targets to secure themselves, and yet they don't seem to call any police or additional superheroes to protect them from a rogue fucking Hulk and a telepath. But the real problem is the character work. This film has not only...
Yeah, he totally skipped that out. Yeah, Sarah doesn't fucking save herself because she's controlling Jean. She controls Jean to make her fuck off, to make her stay away. That's why Sarah doesn't save herself. She self-sacrifices to keep Jean away.
Stolen the consequences of the
Fuck,
film
man,
before
it's so annoying.
It cannot have any of its own. Spider-Man is shot by a grenade launcher and barely feels it. He is told by a police detective that he was seen almost killing a cop and he's allowed to simply leave. He makes incredibly retarded decisions in protecting and interfering.
Yeah, wait, did he like Homecoming and Far From Home? There's no way.
With MJ, getting her nearly killed over and over again, only for her
Bro, this is the best Tom Holland movie by far. Well, I fucking hate all of them. You know. But this is the best one by far.
Just fine while providing closure for him. He devises no real plan for dealing with the Hulk and Jean together, botches the entire battle, failing constantly, only for it to work out entirely. He idiotically leaves his note to MJ lying.
I mean, No Way
around,
Home is like
only
a
for her
fine
to
cinema
find it, and the
experience.
consequence is getting the closure he sacrificed in the prior movie. He is shot by a sniper through the fucking heart, bleeding out like a stuck pig, only thanks to Jean taking over breathing alongside immensely talented surgeons, he's fine the following day. You have a hospital's worth of staff and a
I don't think it's implied to be the following day. Where the fuck are you getting that from?
surgical team working on Spider-Man, and you want me to believe they left his fucking mask on? No self-respecting doctor or surgeon is risking the patient with contamination from a dirty mask during life-saving surgery. Nor are they going to obstruct...
I don't think is it implied that they left the mask on?
pig, only thanks to Gene taking over breathing alongside immensely talented surgeons, he's fine the following day. You have a hospital's worth of staff and a surgical team working on Spider-Man, and you want me to believe they left his fucking mask on? No self-respecting doctor or surgeon.
Punisher says they cut him out of the suit to fix him up. And his mask is off on the end of the bed. Assumedly, hospital staff have come in to check on him while Punisher's been there. I don't think at any point is it assumed to be the next day, nor is it assumed that his mask was on during surgery. Where the fuck are you getting that from? It's just one of those many scenes, as in all Spider-Man movies, even the ones you like, where regular civilians may see Spider-Man's face in a moment of struggle and keep it to themselves. When would that ever happen? Oh, that's right, it happened in like the greatest scene in any of these movies ever.
It's good to have you back, Spider-Man.
Around only for her to find it, and the consequence is getting the closure he sacrificed in the prior movie. He is shot by a sniper through the fucking heart, bleeding out like a stuck pig, only thanks to Gene taking over breathing alongside immensely...
He's just a kid, and it's fucking 30-year-old Tobey Maguire.
Talented surgeons, he's fine the following day. You have a hospital's worth of staff and a surgical team working on Spider-Man, and you want me to believe they left his fucking mask on? No self-respecting doctor or surgeon is risking the patient with contamination from a dirty mask during life-saving surgery, nor are they going to obstruct his airway or prevent intubation when he is near death. And so the Punisher, MJ, Metzger, several members of Damage Control, and the General Hospital now know his identity, but the film won't agree because we don't do consequences. Peter aids and abets a psychopathic, monstrous wretch with a higher kill count than Jack the fucking Ripper, only for the government to have absolutely no issue at all with this, and for the movie to believe this is a wonderfully happy ending. Not only is this an exhaustive sap...
It isn't meant to be a wonderfully happy ending. What do you mean? It's not meant to be a wonderfully happy ending. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Of any meaningful consequence, Peter no longer has his own agency, even though this was supposed to be the story where he finally loses
God,
all
the
his
CGI
own
looks so bad in that end of No Way Home scene. Oh my
of any
God.
meaningful consequence, Peter no longer
I remember it looking
has
bad in
his
the cinema, but it looks so much worse watching it back.
agency,
Dude,
even
oh
though
my
this
God,
was
it looks so
supposed to be
fucking bad. Look at him going through the snow.
Peter no longer has his own agency, even though this was supposed to be
Oh my fucking God.
consequence. Peter no longer
I
has
hate
his
these
own
movies, bro. I hate
agency,
these movies.
even though this was supposed to be the story where he finally loses.
It legit looks like where's the Catwoman scenes? Oh, you can barely see it because of the fuzzy quality. It literally is the same, man. It's the same.
Loses all support and guiding authority figures. Peter Parker is bailed out of having sacrificed his life with Ned and MJ by not only giving him closure with MJ, but allowing a farewell, only to then reunite him with Ned. And I'm sorry, folks, but Cretin has set it up now. Jean's mind control appears to break Strange's spell on MJ. She returns to the hideout she had with Peter in No Way Home. She holds the Black Dahlia necklace he got her in Far From Home, home, and she drew Peter in his homecoming outfit. Cretin is collapsing it all. The story takes a powerful yet lonely, penniless, desperate man with nothing but a police radio, a sewing machine, and the responsibility to make the world a better place, to then skip him into taking orders from a fucking police detective whenever he isn't taking orders and stripping for a wannabe Avenger blonde hobbit homunculus, and that's whenever he isn't taking orders from the Department of Damage Control, and that's whenever he isn't relying on his fucking AI to explain his own body, to track his enemies, to warn him about his arachnid hormones, or to explain to him that his senses are overloading when you can clearly see that shit with what we call filmmaking. This AI is absurdly fucking sophisticated, and it breaks down how everything works for Peter while giving him plot updates if he's lost or bored or fucking around because he has no clue what he's doing.
Sucks.
His AI sequences his organic applications. It facilitates the creation
Spider-Man
of
shouldn't have fucking Jarvis. Spider-Man shouldn't have a fucking Jarvis thing. What's the point of Spider-Sense if you got fucking AI scanning everything? It's fucking stupid.
Tech suit, and he generates that shit from a hyper 3D fucking printer. Bruce and the AI explain how to construct the inhibitor, while MJ provides the key scientific detail that Peter somehow misses. With Frank,
no, pretty much everything you said about the AI here is right. The AI is genuinely fucking terrible in this movie. And if you defend that, you are retarded. Saying the AI isn't that bad, or anything similar to that's like totally retarded. The AI is fucking awful in this movie. First of all, total betrayal of Spider-Man as a character. Just in the way it should be in a Brand New Day movie. Having him have just like instant access to fucking Jarvis. It's like, stop giving him fucking Stark tech. Make him be Spider-Man for 5 fucking minutes. First of all, that's annoying as shit. Second of all, he's literally fucking banging the AI all throughout the movie is banging on about you can't use organic web shooters with mechanic web shooters. Why do you tell? We just watched that happen. We just watched the organic web shooters blow up the artificial ones. We just watched that. I'm not a fucking retard. You don't need to explain it to me. Even a 5-year-old doesn't need that explained to them. We just fucking watched it. It's awful. It's awful. The AI is terrible.
Coming in clutch to provide the materials. Frank even has to save Spider-Man from the Hulk. Hell, the Hulk has to save Spider-Man from the Hulk. And somehow, it's MJ that has to prompt Peter's realization on the director's lies. Peter has a shit ton of wealth, AI, tech, and means. There is no financial, social, or civilian-related struggle possible for him in this movie, where he is supposed to finally be alone, broke, and without a single safety net. The Home trilogy was all about Peter going from a bright-eyed, high-schooling, superhero-in-training, inspired yet naive boy to a man. Homecoming presents the difference between using his power to help people because it's the right, thoughtful thing to do, instead of doing it for the reward of status and glory he wants by joining the Avengers. Far From Home challenges his flaws in perception, strength, and experience as contrast to the reputation of Earth's mightiest heroes and whether he can fulfill their role, only to realize that each of those heroes were no less flawed than he. Therefore, he only need contrast his success and failure by his own capacity for it. No Way Home pits every last lesson he has learned against the direst of consequences, straining the deontological versus the consequential. Is a decision still moral in principle if the consequence costs you the ones you love? With the help of others that have faced the same question and words that will stick with him forever.
Yes, very deep deontological versus consequentialist analysis in No Way Home. Very true, Molly. You read that movie perfectly.
Through on the hardest challenge, he chooses to leave this life behind in order to protect everyone from their association with him. That sacrifice gives us an isolated, desperate, low-tech, and stripped-down Peter Parker with a powerful goal and an equilibrium due to his experiences. This was the perfect setup for him to enter college, naturally meet new people he eventually has to juggle once again, like Gwen, Harry, or actually...
Literally, it's like, you know, No Way Home is literally like a things happening movie. It is just a things happening movie. It's like awful. It's like awfully written, lame as fuck narrative. throw up the flashing lights. I love it for it, and I love it for it, because the other two Tom Holland movies fucking suck dick too. I'm just glad they brought back Toby and Andrew.
Actual MJ. They could introduce Oscorp, Dr. Connors, Black Cat. They could push lesser-known street villains while keeping Peter in control of his agency, showing what he has learned while providing immense pressure. Kinda like the movie they bait and switch in the opening minutes of this film, because they weren't interested in telling that story despite John Watts having handed it to them on a platter. You could have explored the notion of isolation despite new connections being made through the insane cast of characters available, instead of shoving Ned and Michelle back in and turning Peter into a 5-year stalker because he doesn't understand how memory works. Because apparently crime has tanked to an unprecedented low off-screen. The sacrifice from the home trilogy.
Stop with the Arch Warhammer impression. We are putting you in prison.
He has been undone by providing him excessive funds, technology, and a whole network of support from every law enforcement institution imaginable. He gets closure and farewells with those he loved on top of reuniting with his best friend. Whereas we had him closing off a life he always wanted in order to protect the woman he loved, he now has been pining for Zendaya for near half a decade until breaking that sacrifice, getting involved in their lives, putting her in immense danger, finding out she isn't even the woman he knew anymore, and she simply doesn't love him. Obviously, which prevents them from being together. This is decidedly less potent, less selfless, and less meaningful than the payoff they've destroyed to facilitate this. Peter incorporates his shadow self in the story. He finds his balance in being Peter Parker and Spider-Man when faced with the idea he has to choose. Something that was previously shown great consequence now exists as a cop-out, allowing him everything he wanted. The fame, celebration, social network, finance, technology, and psychological peace. This functions as shitty DLC for No Way Home that undermines all of the character and thematic work. In addition, this story is more so about redeeming a psychotic monster for no reason than it is a stress test of Peter Parker's principles, of which he fails. Also, to be clear, Jean could have been given a story that even related to the notion of redemption. Please see Faith's story in Buffy. But this film doesn't bother trying. It doesn't even believe she requires redemption. The film doesn't even know she's evil, for fuck's sake. They often use footage from the Home trilogy in this film, as if they are now the ones to make the point of his loss, when that's already been given a strong and clean conclusion. The story was ready for the adult trilogy, and by gum are they sure to tell you, repeatedly, that this is the mature Spider-Man movie, despite having all the hallmarks of an epileptic toddler transcribing a report of his latest nap with crayons and milk. Spider-Man, Brand New Day is a bloated disjoint.
He says the movie doesn't even know if she's evil. It does, actually. The movie knows she's not evil. It's actually... Mauler, this may sound fucking crazy to you, but most people actually, you know, even if they do something really bad, don't assume an evil core to a 15-year-old. That's generally Mauler. People don't, even if a 15-year-old does something really bad, they don't say, well, there's an evil core there. Especially if there is some massively, what would you say, traumatic, emotionally tumultuous thing happening to spur that on. Like, it's just insane, man. It's insane.
Jointed, nonsensical, disrespectful, chaotic disaster. With a heavy dollop of retard on top. It is stuffed with as...
Didn't really know much about Mauler, but I might end up assaulting my neighbor who swears GayFap is peak analysis.
you no dialogue, plot holes aplenty, as well as constant stretches to facilitate the extremely weak story. All for a rehash of a better executed theme from a better story while assassinating everyone in the process. Peter Parker is the grand potentate of excessive mongoloides throughout the film, and his agency is more robbed from him than ever. He takes forever to catch on to the plot. He just watches as an innocent man gets pelted by a car in front of him. He keeps making the wrong decisions because of information he either understands incorrectly or doesn't even have. He makes enormous tactical errors throughout that can easily get people killed, and experiences little to no struggle on the financial, technical, and social levels set in place by the prior story. Jean Grey is a cruel monster who escapes all accountability, and the film seems to have no clue this happens. I suppose we can call it the Wanda syndrome. Jean kills countless innocent people when having absolutely no reason to, while enjoying the cruelty of torture and sexual assault with no sense of accountability in sight, even ending up sparing the one actual piece of shit that killed her sister. The justification is meant to be her lack of trust in anyone after her sister is abducted by a group of people who are essentially and simply evil by notable contrast to most everyone else. As though we're supposed to believe this event temporarily took her out of character and put her on a path of a fucking serial killer, whereas you would think she would only target those at the higher end of the DODC while giving her unique insight on the...
Dude, it's literally like all explained to you. The thinking here is all explained to you. She is a foster child, out on her own, with her sister who has similar powers. She does not have an Uncle Ben. She does not have an Aunt May. She gets her powers, and it's just her and her sister trying to survive and figure out how to use them out basically on the streets. You know, in foster care, but out on the streets, basically. Just like fucking around in parks and shit. That's the point, Muller. She is thrown into a horrendous situation where she has not been raised or instilled with the way to act. And then, through meeting Peter, through going into Peter's mind, being shown this memory of Aunt May, telling him that you're never truly alone, she is able to learn some of those lessons. She is able to feel the emotions that Peter felt having those talks, and learn from it and realize something about herself. Because she's a fucking teenager.
The kind of damage she is seen dealing to random innocent people. But no, and it is the notion of her beauty and brilliance that stops her rampage right up to the doorstep of DODC Hitler. Somehow, I am to believe
murder is
this
just the
bails
default.
her out.
No, and you're going to get timed out for that comment because you are literally next level retarded to be saying that. So your discussion is not valued here. Murder is a default. No, murder is not the default. She wasn't murdering people by default. The only time she started killing was after her sister was taken from her. And only because she was trying to get to her sister.
Removing any consequences from her heinous actions, despite her having entered the minds of so many innocent people with extreme trauma that she tortured anyway. None of their minds made the difference. No, it was Aunt
You gotta be a next level moron for a Marvel Spider-Man movie to go over your head this much. That is so fast.
fucking May. Because I guess she's this universe's therapist, anchor being or something. Regardless, Jean tells Peter that we don't get to have friends and family and those that love us, as some kind of harsh lesson for those with power when, well, yeah, we don't get to have loved ones because you are killing them all. She is a mind-raping rectal tumor. She's rotted gunt cheese. She's a wretchful fucking harridan. She belongs in the depths of the raft until darkness is all she remembers. What wonders she's performed in making the mutant cause sympathetic. Maybe Stryker was right. I didn't even really mention MJ as a character, by the way. Despite her...
Like, what do you even say, man?
Heavy screen time. Zendaya plays a moderately frustrated woman who discovers...
Maybe Stryker was right. Maybe Stryker was right. This teenager's a real cunt. Maybe Stryker was right. Maybe I can't even roll my R's like this guy does. I can't roll my R's like this fucking retard does. I'm Arch Warhammer does.
After being mind-controlled into sexually assaulting a stranger, that her entire life is a lie. Her previous self was essentially, philosophically speaking, killed, and all she seems to have the drive to explain is that this guy, her past self was in love with, can't be with her because she currently doesn't love him. As though she's not a character in and of herself, and instead is locked into the thematic Peter Parker arc dialogue when she should probably be having an existential crisis on top of some serious outrage. Like, this whole thing is embarrassing. Now, let me tell you something.
Dude, half of the people in this universe were disappeared from existence for 5 years. And you think she should be having an existential crisis because she doesn't remember someone? Muller, if everyone had an existential crisis for every tampering that happened with their brain in the Marvel Universe, you would literally never be able to get through a movie. It would all just be discussions about how fucked up everyone is. From being blinked out of existence for 5 years.
The Punisher is the mooing retard we now all know and are forced to endure, spending the movie being more accidentally ruthless than he's ever consciously allowed to be. He spends so much time blowing up the world that it would be impossible for him to move through and rest in a fucking hospital without being arrested. They could have had him take Peter to Claire, but oh no, that might have made sense. Frank is a muzzled comic relief puppet in this film. What's frustrating is he has more trauma in one day of his life than Jean could ever understand, only for the movie to have her experience that and make a fucking joke. You can't try to wedge the Punisher as some kind of thematic, reflective, cautionary tale in self-imposed isolation for Peter, while also making his PTSD and the entire character Marvel humor. Fuck off. Frank was right in the one moment he was given a brain cell. Jean should at least be in prison or simply executed before she can destroy the world on an emotional whim. Instead, everyone enables the fuck out of her with Frank crying. The lack of Jean Grey's accountability does indeed echo onto Frank and Peter, by the way. Also, the whole VMAX plot was so retarded I'm not even getting into it. Bloody Ventmax, for fuck's sake.
It's so retarded. So what's your criticism then? It's so retarded you're not getting into it. It sounds like you can't voice a criticism, Muller. Because most people have responded positively to that reveal. Most people think that was a good, interesting way of going about it. Better than just doing, oh, it's a super weapon. It's a superhero destroying super weapon. Or, oh, it's Thanos in a cage. Or some shit like this.
His accountability does indeed echo onto Frank and Peter, by the way. Also, the whole VMAX plot was so retarded I'm not even getting into it. Bloody Ventmax, for fuck's sake. So anyway, the Hand are embarrassingly fucking hilarious. Your ancient order of ninjas seeking immortality, sire. Spawned out of nowhere, working for fucking damage control, wandering around the office like fucking Michael Scott, and only to be wiped out in one scene. Malicious disrespect doesn't even begin to cover it. Even Yelena got assassinated with a minute of screen time. Tombstone is in the story for about 3 seconds as part of a montage, just like Scorpion until he gets hit by a Looney Tunes piano. Only in Scorpion's case, you do see him in one more action scene. A scene where he's mind-controlled by Jean, and therefore not Scorpion. The mind-melted writers...
Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck about Scorpion. Nobody gives a fuck about Scorpion. He's got a cool outfit. Nobody gives a fuck about his character.
do this despite Scorpion having actual history and a grudge with Spider-Man. A grudge that's festered for 10 fucking years, and it ends with him getting wily coyoted in a passing montage. Meaning the main villain, along with the Hand, the DODC, Scorpion, and the battle with the Hulk are all entirely disconnected from Peter on a personal level. Either it's Jean who wants the DODC, or it's people she's mind-controlling to facilitate that purpose. Not Spider-Man nor Peter Parker are relevant to these people. They don't want to hurt him. They don't have some fundamental difference in philosophy. They don't want to take his status, his fame, his resources. They don't have a chaotic desire to crush his idealism, forcing him to abandon his heroic nature. They are just, unfortunately, the current obstacles for him to take down. Similarly, the film never actually has Frank and Peter explore their core philosophical differences defining rehabilitation versus retribution and prevention, other than making a few memes out of it, though that shouldn't be surprising with how
Except the entire ending of the movie. Except that being the entire climax of the movie. Yeah, you're right. They don't sit down and have a philosophical debate about it. It's instead shown through actions and related scenes that convey the themes and emotions and ideals of the characters. You're right, Mauler. They don't sit down and have an on-camera philosophical debate about their ideals. No, you're instead shown them play out in the movie. You were shown Frank playing out his ideals, and then Peter playing out his ideals, and then you see them reconcile that afterwards. You're right. Yes, Mauler. Instead, they should have had a Twitch poll style debate where they sit down and say, okay, so I'm coming at this, I'm defending the idea of retribution. I think that when someone does something bad, someone else should do something bad to them. I think that's the best moral system because if you look at game theory, do you know what? That's what Mauler wants. That's what Mauler wants from Spider-Man, apparently.
HR-friendly and assassinated they both are. I think the film forgot Peter actually cared about Happy. He doesn't even get a mention. Peter and Frank simply don't give a fuck about Bruce being carted off to a psychiatric hospital as a result of the authorities having no clue why he snapped, when Peter knows exactly why and how this hero has been mind-controlled and does nothing to help him. Instead, he plays with his buddies. His fate is beyond cruel and gross. Bruce Banner, despite being fumbled so hard by this stupid universe, has spent years getting his rage under control, only to be torn out against his will and dropped into a catastrophe. This is like taking a decade-long teetotaler, knocking them out, feeding them alcohol, and then leaving them in the street. Nobody helps him, despite everyone, especially Jean, knowing, with Savage Hulk released, that his control is near forfeit. He has previously hurt countless innocent people. He's become a pariah. He tried to kill himself. He finally got everything under control. He nearly died saving countless trillions and began to teach. Only
Hulk sucks in this movie. Hulk sucks in literally every Marvel property he's been in. I think Hulk's a pointless, useless character in most instances. Unless you're going to do like World War Hulk or some shit. I think it just kind of sucks, so... I don't necessarily disagree with his complaints about Hulk here.
For this ginger hag to land him in custody with a future being abandoned in psychiatric containment. And it's all treated as a fun scene. You get no J. Jonah, despite it being an obvious avenue for conflict, a way to explore a job for Peter, a source of income, a place to meet new people, people he would have to stay away from until building more of a connection. It would even provide somewhat an explanation for his increasing means. Oh, and I guess Peter didn't do anything about Wilson Fisk ruining the whole city. Just slept in for those years, I suppose. On a character, plot, world, and thematic level, this is an infected dumpster fire stuffed to the brim with stapled, hollow corpses, forced to bounce in the hopes that the audience might think a story is taking place, showing us, truly, that there are no more stories to be told in the MCU. Ultimately, we have abandoned long-developed characters character journeys, a binding thematic underpinning through an agency plotted.
Dude, you are so retarded. Mauler, you're missing something that's very clearly in front of you. Jean Grey, the X-Men are the stories to tell now. Those are the stories they're telling now, Mauler. That's what's being set up. The plot thread is being set up for you, Mauler.
The audience might think a story is taking place, showing us, truly, that there are no more stories to be told in the MCU. Ultimately, we have abandoned long-developed character journeys, a binding thematic underpinning through an agency-plotted path in a harsh world with little to spare, and a sacrifice made from Peter Parker providing the entire trilogy thorough and united meaning in exchange for a bargain bin wonky rehash No Way Home DLC and wrinkles on the Spidey suit. To conclude, the Punisher is an assassinated brain-dead pussy. Spider-Man is a stalking loser with broken principles who can't stand on his own 2 feet. Jean Grey is a barbarian scumfuck sadist that deserves to take up residence in the Earth's...
Who can't stand... Yes, Mauler. The point of the movie is literally... that you can't do everything alone. Yes, Mauler.
core whether or not the Punisher and Spider-Man sell their souls to defend her. Hey, Disney, little tip. If you want me to sympathize with a torturing, sexual assaulting, sadistic murder hobo, maybe don't make her targets completely innocent people that add nothing to her goals whatsoever. The Hulk is humiliated again. The Hand are goons for hire waddling about in an office. Yelena is a rancid potato seething in a sauna, desperate as fuck to claw her way to a single fan actually wanting her in any MCU project. Scorpion, Ramrod, Boomerang, Tombstone, and Tarantula are nothing more than a key jangle. Jean DeWolf is a superfluous, stapled-on babysitter when Yelena isn't doing the exact same thing, when the DODC isn't doing the exact same thing, when Peter's A fucking I isn't doing the same damn thing. MJ and Ned function as annoying timecode vampires until repeating a shittier version of the prior film's ending. The plot, world building, and thematic value is in the damn toilet. They honestly did so much worse than I could have expected. So many effects still look like shit, the fights are disposable, the swinging is still worse than even the TASM movies, with Tom Holland's performance basically carrying the whole.
Literally, he reveals so much mental disability in every take he gives. Worse than the swinging is worse than even the TASM movies. What do you mean, even the TASM movies? Worse than even this. They're worse than even this, guys. Can you believe it? Oh wait, this is fucking Heat. This is like Heat.
What you got for me today, New York?
Reporting live from New York 1 Chopper. An Oscorp truck carrying plutonium has been hijacked. A police chase is in progress.
All right, let's get to work.
Like, you're retarded. You're retarded. Like, this is how Spider-Man swinging should look, actually.
Spider-Man! Hello, pedestrians!
I just don't even know what we're arguing at this point. This mogs literally everything in the Tom Holland movies. And honestly, it mogs a lot of the swinging in the Tobey movies. Now, these movies aren't as good as the Tobey movies, but these swinging scenes are really good. Like, this opening swing is just so fucking good. It's just... Like that, it just all looks awesome.
Alright, let's get to work.
There's so much motion, there's weight. He's doing epic acrobatic moves. Pulling himself around buildings. It's heat.
Whole thing. Oh, but they paid lip service to the comics guys. They paid lip service to the games guys. Oh, but
Yeah,
they
I
have
hate
a
all that
suit
shit.
with wrinkles, guys. Oh, they aren't spamming
Suit looks
blue
like shit.
screen now, guys, even though they absolutely are. And all of this somehow means the film is good now. Can we, for once, just skip the hype period? Can we get to where everyone realizes how shit this movie is? And for the people saying we finally don't have Spider-Boy, you are correct, because now we have Corpo Spider Baby. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some apology
Pretty common character arc for Peter, actually.
to John Watts. If there's one thing you can say about him for sure, he's not a cretin. Anyway, fuck this movie, die in a hole.
Okay, well, you were wrong about a huge amount of that, so nice one, you fucking idiot. Sick mic drop, bro. Fucking moron. Literally, your whole thing is nitpicking these autistic details about movies, and you get half of it wrong. You're a fucking moron. You're a total fucking idiot. Well, Mueller likes the first 3 Spider-Man movies. The first 3 Spider-Man MCU movies, apparently. I didn't see Rag's tier list, no. Huh? You have a mental disability putting Homecoming on the same level as Spider-Man 1 and 2 and across Into the Spider-Verse. You are legit retarded. You have fucking awful taste. And these are all on the same level. You have fucking awful taste, dude. Isn't this guy like actually a zoophile, dude? Am I crazy? Is he like draw feral art or commission feral art? What's his take on Adam YMS? Has he ever spoken about Adam YMS? I would laugh my ass off if there's a video of Rags like performatively shitting on YMS. Someone's got to find me that. He would have liked Spider-Verse if Peter Barker was featured and presented his unsheathed red rocket. Thank you, Silo. Okay. This retard has tried to send me David Pakman stuff and has not sent me the key part. Where is David Pakman crashing out about Kyle Kalinske?
All right, y'all. So we got to.
What's this new Attack on Titan game? I bet this is fucking dog shit. Dude, that looks horrendous. Dude, that looks horrific. AOT sucks, why waste your time? Because the 3D maneuver gear could be cool in a video game if they actually did it right and made it fun to use. Okay, let's start with this. Big episode of Live and Learn last night, guys. This isn't the right one. Yeah, no, big sponger. I don't know. I can't read your name from here. I'm leaning back. But I know the one you're talking about, the web game, the Attack on Titan web game. I think everyone played that. That was sick.
Call. Like, if he can't draw the line.
It's going to be the whole fucking episode.
Well, if he can't draw the line there, Pisco, how can I trust him in the Senate? It's like, I feel like that's...
Well, boy, didn't you vote for Kamala Harris, Dutch?
Huh?
You voted for Kamala Harris, right?
I have no comment on that.
Well, I'll go even further than you, Hutch. I'm ready to tell people I will not be voting for El Sayed in November. I just won't do it.
Well, you know what? It's funny, IRI, because like the Democratic Party, they
No,
feel like
I've started playing. I was going to try and give an intro to this. Okay, guys, are we aware of all the fighting happening in Democrat politics right now? Why did you skip half the convo? I've skipped 2 minutes in to the 2-hour podcast just until all 4 main hosts are on screen. I have skipped 2 minutes into the 2-hour podcast. What do you mean, why did you skip half the conversation? I was going to try and give an intro to this. Hopefully, we're all aware of the Democrat fighting right now, where DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, a sort of like political organization that fields candidates and tries to get people into politics, has a few candidates that have done quite well recently. Now, I know quite a bit about Syed. I don't know anything about Hong. So I need to look up about Hong. Someone explains, what's the controversy with Hong? What's she done wrong in these people's minds? Did we do this once before? Why do I feel like we've done this once before? I know about Syed, though. I know Syed basically They hate him because he's Muslim. I wish I was joking. I wish I was joking. But they basically hate Syed because he's Muslim. It's essentially what it comes down to. They tried to spin up some, like, total bullshit about him lying about his credentials, because I think he said something about practicing in, like, one talk, one time, when he wasn't a practicing physician. He just finished medical school and then decided to go into public health policy. And he talks about his experience in the field and learning to do medicine, teaching him, like, you know, how, you know, policy is the real way to have a big effect on many people's health at once. Well, it wasn't even about the phrase, it was about physician or something. It was about the phrase physician, because he hadn't practiced as a physician, which you do need to be able to practice, which you do need to call yourself a physician. But it was like in one time, and he's like, in every other instance where you hear him talking about it, he's like perfectly clear about exactly what his background is. So it's like literally slip of the tongue or trying to just like be rhetorically effective in the moment years ago. And they're like, oh, you lie about this. No, it's one instance where he said that. Then you look over here, you look at the socialist candidates here and how they lie, and Zach Polanski literally lying about every single fucking aspect of his CV for the entire last 20 years, claims to be a Red Cross spokesman, you know, lying about fucking paying council tax and all this shit, pretending he votes in local elections when he's not registered to vote. It's like, I can't take this seriously. I can't take it seriously. You're crying about this guy said physician one time 4 years ago. That's so fucking stupid. That's so beyond stupid. And there was this awful attack ad the other day that even like establishment Dems are calling out. Where was it? Was it on Bulwark? Can anyone help me with this? Where's this attack ad from the other day? I think this is it. I think this is it. Okay, well, your stream elements donation didn't come through. Thank you for the $10. But I mean, if you want me to cover a topic, send me the whole topic. You said this, Spencer. This is what you pitched to me. You say David Pakman's been crashing out about Kyle Kulinski. I say I'll cover that. I can cover that, but I need someone to link it to me. And you link me Kyle Kulinski talking about David Pakman. You link me the thing Kyle Kulinski was talking about, but you do not link me the thing you said, the thing you pitched, which is David Pakman crashing out about Kyle Kulinski. You did not link that. The thing you said to me, you were going to link. The thing we were talking about is not sent. You send me, like I say, a Kyle Kulinski video on David Pakman and the original David Pakman video, but not the David Pakman crash out. Well, the content is the crash out. That's the content. That's why I said I'd cover it, because that's what you said to me.
A
Abdul El-Sayed has a long history of disrespecting women. He called Michelle Obama's work with children uninspired and ineffectual, claimed Gretchen Whitmer was bought and sold.
So yeah, these attack ads have been getting called out by even like moderates going after El-Sayed here.
Abdul El-Sayed has a long history of disrespecting women. He called Michelle Obama's work with children uninspired and ineffectual.
So this was in a long op-ed he wrote where he gave Michelle Obama a bunch of credit. Just at some points in the op-ed, he criticizes her policy. He criticizes some shit she did. The idea that he just like they're trying to present it as though he just dismissed her as uninspired and ineffectual. It's just not what happened.
And ineffectual, claimed Gretchen Whitmer was bought and sold in a discrimination.
Like this was during a primary. This was during a primary when they were campaigning against each other.
Sold. In a discrimination lawsuit, El-Sayed was accused of telling a woman he didn't want to work with anyone over 40. And an employee said he was offered payment to keep silent.
So I don't even know what these claims are. So yeah, he's just like named as someone he's not a defendant in the lawsuit, but there's a lawsuit where he is named as having said he doesn't want to work with people over 40. But there's no gender discrimination alleged.
He didn't want to work with anyone over 40. And an employee said he was offered payment to keep silent after witnessing El-Sayed disparaging women.
Yeah, I don't even know where this is coming from. I don't even get this.
History of disrespecting women. That's the real Abdul El-Sayed. UDP's response.
So yeah, this is the sort of ad they're sending out. So they fucking hate this guy. Because he's Muslim and not super pro-Israel. And then there's this Hong woman. Francesca Hong. I think we did look into it before. New scrutiny over past social media posts that called for an end to Thanksgiving, criticized Valentine's Day, and described an experience at Culver's that made her uncomfortable because of many old white people who didn't think we spoke English. Okay. We've got a Forbes video here of Francesca Hong. This is 9 hours ago for being grilled about past tweets.
Democratic Socialist, Francesca Hong. And thank you for being here. When it comes to Michigan, you have not endorsed in that race. Abdul El-Sayed said he's not a Democratic Socialist. He's obviously the progressive in that race. Do you want him to win tomorrow night?
I think that Dr. Sayed represents the values of voters all across Michigan, especially when it comes to lowering healthcare costs and ensuring that people having more money in their pockets. And so for me, seeing that momentum and his movement is incredibly encouraging. And I think his campaign has earned that excitement.
If Haley Stevens beats him tomorrow, what do you think that says about the argument that moderate Democrats are better poised to beat Republicans in November?
I think that a spirited primary is incredibly healthy for democracy. And if Haley Stevens were to win, that means that the voters came out to support their candidate. I mean, we want to make sure here in Wisconsin that this is an election that voters decide. But Wisconsin is unique. We have Ron Johnson and Tammy Baldwin. It's pretty hard to measure and understand where our voters are, but that's fortunately, we've held over 350 events, have knocked over 100,000 doors, and have a great understanding of what voters care about, and that's permanent affordability and a Wisconsin government that cares for everyone.
Well, I mean, I think that's an interesting point because as we've been watching, this trend from a political perspective, yes, a lot of Democratic Socialists have been winning in recent weeks and months in New York and Colorado. Your race is different. You're not running in deep blue turf. It is a true political battleground in Wisconsin. When voters might go to vote next weekend and look at this and say, well, the current governor hasn't endorsed you. He's endorsing the Democrat who's running against you. What's your argument for why voters should back you if the sitting governor in your party is not backing you?
He also didn't support his lieutenant governor in this term or his former lieutenant governor. I think that Governor Evers has every right to decide to put the thumb on the scale, but I'd like to remind folks that this election belongs to the voters, and the candidates have to earn their vote, put in the work. Wisconsinites work hard. They work harder than most folks all across this country, and they deserve a candidate who is working just as hard to make sure that they can earn their vote. And talking about things they care about, a moratorium on AI data centers, taxing the ultra wealthy, fully funding our schools, and free childcare. It's been an honor of my life to be able to run for governor, and I think that our campaign is showing that Wisconsinites are coming together over the issues and our shared values of care and hard work.
In terms of Democratic Socialist, Bill Maher had some harsh words for your movement, Democratic Socialist, and that you pay dues in your state. I want you to listen to what he had to say about what he believes is happening inside the Democratic Party. What's your response to that?
We don't even get the clip. Fuck Forbes.
No, the governor cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police. And I'm not interested in abolishing prisons. What I am interested in is being serious about
Okay,
safety.
so I assume this was about her defunding the police and abolishing prisons. And she says, no, I'm not going to be defunding the police, and I'm not going to be abolishing prisons.
And that
Okay, well, that settles that then.
means ensuring that law enforcement has the training that they need and that we're holding law enforcement that break the law accountable. What also means that we have to be tough on causes if we're going to be tough on crime and investing in the things that we know prevent crime.
That's good rhetoric. That's good rhetoric. If you're going to be tough on crime, you have to also be tough on causes. That's good rhetoric.
Like funding schools, great out-of-school programs, making sure that we have mental health resources and addiction resources, good housing and healthier healthcare. So, and it's, those photos that he put up, I think he had to, because the real story is when you look at our campaign events and the people who are organizing repair cafes and coming together at bowling alleys and first-time voters talking to people who may have not have voted in the last 6 years, there is an immense amount of joy and creativity and people feeling excited to be engaged in politics. That's what this campaign is about. And we're talking about the issues that they care about. And I think it's important that we help voters feel like they belong before we make them believe in something.
Kenny reaching into the archaic racial slurs box. Sorry, not Kenny. It's not Kenny. It was Lucas. Sorry, I misread. It was Lucas reaching into the archaic racial slurs box. Pulling out for this woman.
Great about running a grassroots movement.
You said you don't support abolishing prisons. Do you still hold the view that you laid out in May, which was that in a perfect world, it would be a world without prisons?
I think talking about what may be aspirational and then understanding the...
Wait, there's an easy response to that. Well, yeah, in a perfect world, there'd be no crimes. Of course there'd be no prisons. Like, I mean, that's the obvious response there, no?
The role of the governor, what they can and cannot do, and what is implementable right now. These are different conversations. If we're going to be serious about public safety and ensure that everyone's human right to feel safe is what we are trying to do, we have to make sure that the system right now that is incarcerating more Black and brown men than any other state in the country right now, where we have our schools are having to go to referenda just to try to figure out if they can keep the lights on. Making sure that we are delivering solutions, not focusing on labels or slogans, because governing ultimately is about making sure that we're working with our partners in communities on the issues that they care about.
Well, and obviously Tom Tiffany, who, if you win the primary, will be the Republican that you're facing, he keeps bringing up your past positions, what you've said. He said the facts are louder than campaign spin was his comment earlier.
Defund police, defund police, defund police. ICE out of Wisconsin, ICE out the streets, abolish ICE. I support defunding the police, or steps to abolishing the police, abolish the Senate. Police exist to uphold white supremacy, defund and abolish, reform can't be an option.
You have said you do not support the full platform of the national DSA and that you are not endorsed by DSA National. Which parts of the Democratic Socialist platform do you not support?
I think looking at where the Senate is right now, abolishing the Senate.
The thing is, like, you have to be retarded to say all this stuff. You also have to be retarded to not be able to do the thinking through to realize that when they say abolish the police, they just mean make a new police. Because anytime you push anyone like this, ultimately, they always end up still believing that the state should have a monopoly on violence and that we should have some kind of law enforcement institution. Like, you always end up back at the same place. So it really is not that scary. It really is not that crazy. They're just like retarded. They just have like these retarded ideas that, oh, it's so bad we can't reform. It's like, no, you can reform it. You actually can.
When there's an opportunity for us to take that Democratic majority is not practical. So I think that democratic socialism to me is ultimately rooted in care and making sure that people have their needs met. It's about democracy, fairness, and
no, they mean to just pass a decree that says the purge is legal.
Human rights. We have I am one of the proudest Packers fans, our publicly owned NFL team. I think when I talk about potholes and making sure people pay their fair share of taxes so that we're able to fix the roads, invest in rural communities, and have fire and EMS services that are available regardless of where you live in Wisconsin. These are the things that I'm talking about, issues that voters care about. Tom Tiffany is having to go back to a lot of my old tweets because his actions and his resume, what he's done is defunded healthcare, ripped food share away from our children, supported a national abortion ban. And last time I checked, he still hasn't said who won the 2020 election. Being an election denier is an automatic disqualifier. So when you are the weakest candidate for the Republicans to put forth, it's likely that you're going to have to attack previous tweets of a candidate right now that's building a movement.
So you do support the Senate, the Supreme Court, and prisons, the existence of prisons.
Yes, I support all those things right now that are helping to ensure that there is public safety, but I do believe right now in our Supreme Court that we should be working to expand the court.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that
still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, And one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16
My hecking
was a
Thanksgiving. My hecking
meal.
Thanksgiving. My
So
turkey.
I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think there I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong.
It's like literally the lowest level of engagement in the comments as well. Jesus. I mean, who cares, man? It just okay. It's just some crazy tweets a few years ago where she said to fund the police. It's not that bad. Get over it, man. So those are the two main cats, El Sayed and Francesca Hong, that people are fighting over. So now let's take a look at last night's episode of Live and Learn, where Soy Pill, IRI, Hutch, Pisco, and Josiah, who does later join, are all united for once in their position. They all believe, basically, blue no matter who. I think Hutch has some edges on that. I don't think Hutch is quite blue no matter who anymore. But they're all basically like, MAGA are filth, MAGA want to destroy the country, MAGA are a clear and present threat to everything we value about America. These socialists, it could be the case that they do something damaging in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. That's possible. That's possible. I don't agree with them the whole way. You know, I don't think they're like evil, but I certainly don't agree with them the whole way. But that's in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. There is a clear and present evil right now, and they're the better option. So, pretty rational position that you'd expect from most Democrats, seeing these more socialist-aligned candidates gaining some momentum. They even say, and this is really enlightened, guys. You'll love this. Something Wick's totally incapable of. They even think these ideas must be popular right now, and maybe there's something we could learn from the ideas and rhetoric to make our own ideas more popular. I know that's a crazy thought, guys. But yeah, they even think that. They even think that. Now Wick disagrees. Wick is going to join at some point, guys, and Wick totally disagrees because Francesca Hong, guys, and please make sure you're seated when I tell you this, because you may experience shortness of breath, you may faint, you may experience heart palpitations. Francesca Hong recently campaigned with Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. Okay, guys. So I hope everyone's okay after I've said that. Try not to post that on r/1sentence-horror. Okay? Try not to post that on r/1sentence-horror. I know it's scary. I know it's scary. Yes, the dog abuser. The guy who shocked his dog and stuff. The guy who shocked his dog and stuff. So, terrible things afoot. Let's take a look.
To your vote, because like the Republican Party is bad.
I hope a lot of other people do, because I want to see him win. So I hope a lot of other people vote for him and he wins. But I will not be voting for El Sayed.
This is what I'm hearing, Hutch. I'm hearing spite-driven positions against people who I also hate for not voting for Kamala in 2024. But why should we act like them?
It's not spite. He's creating leverage. That's the smart thing to do if you're a voter, right?
Well, I don't
disagree.
I don't live in Michigan, so I can't vote there. So not really any leverage there. But I'm just letting people know I can't. I will not vote for him, but I hope other people do.
That was nice. That was nice.
Alright, so fucking stupid, man. This guy slandered me as a transphobe, by the way, when I wasn't even a transphobe yet. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
All right. I thought you were doing part of the meta performance. You were being sincere. You were being sincere in a way.
Oh, that's
sorry,
true.
Guys. Yeah,
That's true. I didn't even think about that. It's true.
Yeah.
I too. I will not be voting for El Sayed if he's in the general election. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it.
Good. Yeah.
Are we trolling? This is a troll, right? I think we should do blue no matter who.
You want us-
including
you want-
people who supported genociders like Kamala Harris, like Genocide Joe.
No, I mean obviously it's a troll, but we should troll.
Yeah, Keeler had it even worse. IRA called him a pedophile when he wasn't even a pedophile yet.
Should troll. I mean, I think it's morally correct to troll in this spot.
Why?
Well, I mean, very few often times in life do you get an opportunity to use someone's exact rhetoric and then have them be like furious with you. And there's no way I'm going to resist that. I mean, I'm just, yeah.
I'm all for like calling these guys hypocrites and telling them like, hey, you don't even believe in vote blue no matter who, so shut up. You don't get to hold that over our head.
Well,
but we're better than them, and we get to actually say, yeah, it's good when we do it in both cases that we should vote blue for the person who's going to beat the MAGA person, right?
Well, but Hutch and I are saying it in jest, but there are people out there right now saying with their chest, if Stevens is the candidate, I will not be voting for her.
Yeah, fuck those people, right? Like, yeah, these people are not.
Yeah, guys, IRI used to. You remember IRI used to have his entire wall plastered with all sorts of Democrat signs and slogans. He's now had to take a bunch of that because he won't display any that don't support Israel. He won't display any that don't support Israel. Any non-Zionist Democrat posters have now been taken down.
But that saying fuck those people isn't going to accomplish anything. But maybe showing them how infuriating it is to hear that when it's coming from the other side might actually make them go, you know what? I don't like this. Kind of like little kids where you could scold little kids, but if you show them and have them experience that they don't like that, then
I think that falls apart because isn't Tallarico like slightly
to do that?
Yeah, sure.
I think that might even instantly fall apart.
Sure, go do it. But the problem is, I think that a lot of people are sincere. And I say this like also pretty annoyed, also really fucking having done this
also,
conversation.
what insane deception is that? Pretty fly for a white guy, you're a Jew.
Now for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days and having some basis to say this, there are people who are saying that the lesser of two evils in the Wisconsin governor's race is Tom Tiffany, the MAGA Republican. Tom Tiffany, who said he would overthrow the 2020 election. He would vote not to certify Joe Biden as the victor. Tom Tiffany, who is one of the most insane Trump sycophants. And that is not a joke. And so the irony, I'm sure it might have some effect on a lefty or something who's inclined to hear that, but I'm not so sure that everyone is being ironic.
Well, Pisco, I mean, those are just streamers, right? So how much could their opinion really change much? Like if they endorsed El Sayed.
Oh, I'm sure it won't matter. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm being ironic again because they said the same thing about him.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean,
I don't think it'll matter, but
who are you? So are you talking about Desney and Moot and who else? Who else was saying
I'm talking
this?
about Mooten, Wick, and everybody in my replies and Josiah's replies. But specifically, I asked of Mooten, I said, would you vote? I mean, I used the word, would you vote? And his answer was, yeah, in this context, yes. Wick, I don't think said vote, but he would say he wants Tom Tiffany to win in that context. And I just think that that's crazy. I mean, this is a traitor. This is a...
Literally, so Wick he's going to try and avoid this, but Wick is supporting the MAGA candidate.
Piece of shit. Yeah. This is I think that the Wisconsin governor's mansion is too important, given what we've seen with
it's
Wisconsin.
One thing Mooten doing it. Literally, everyone has assumed Destiny's just going to flip right in the next few years anyway. Literally, everyone has assumed that for ages. I don't think anyone's fucking surprised that Mooten's following suit. But Wick, it just shows what a spineless, empty vessel he is.
Gerrymanders with attempts to try to fuck with the election results from Trump specifically. You want to say that we want to be competitive in like 10 more elections. We got to get to those elections first, folks.
Could you steel man the argument? I'm just curious.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, I know it. It's something like we need to, the DSA is going to hurt our party brand. It's going to make Democrats like unable to win in competitive places. And that therefore it makes sense if you think that like Republicans are a threat to kill it in its crib now. And so we should vote for the MAGA Republican in Wisconsin and lose this race for the promise of having more electoral advantage in the future.
Which, by the way, is the Hasan argument against Kamala, which I think is fucking stupid. And if you're using that now and saying, well, look, if you get a moderate lib in, you'll disaffect voters. And that's what led to MAGA. It was Biden. It was Obama. And so we can't vote for her because that will just make MAGA worse. Right? Like, that's not how this works. We're talking about mitigating the worst parts of MAGA right fucking now. And the idea that this is like, oh, well, you know, maybe the DSA will hurt us. And then like 4 years, 5 years down the line, the Democratic Party brand won't be so good. Hey, they're fucking cutting healthcare today. They're gutting USAID today. They're being fascist today. They're cracking down on free speech today. Do we give a shit about that? Or are we like doing these weird hypotheticals about how this is going to affect us maybe 5 years from now? Like, this is pissing me off, honestly.
I know we said we weren't going to do don't know call outs, but I got one from Benjamin Gilbert of PV. He said PV is supporting libs in the general. We just announced our Senate plans, which includes Peltola in Alaska, Brown in Ohio, and likely Vindman in Florida if he beats Angie Nixon. Also lefties darlings like Abdul Troy and Tallarico. Now, I was familiar with the fact that PV has done like actual canvassing, advocacy, that kind of stuff for lib candidates. You know, whatever issues I've had with PV, that's not really been the issue.
Yeah, didn't they canvass for Ossoff and Warnock and all these other, like, whatever you want to say? I just think that like people who, and I'm seeing individuals saying like I'm not doing the Steelman correctly.
Also, I don't know if people still talk about PV that much, but I'm going to be real, I have like no issue with PV at this point, because the issue with PV was that there are a bunch of creators that were taking money from them and not being transparent about it. And that was the issue. That's not happening anymore. They just don't pay creators because it was useless. And that was the other criticism, was it seemed fucking pointless to pay Wick $1,000 a month. And it was. So they stopped paying Wick $1,000 a month. And fired Brown and Wu. So, you know, as far as basically all my issues are fixed.
Go look at my exchange with Wick. Wick says, it's like a game of chess, don't you know? I'm sacrificing my bishop to like protect my, to win the game. And so tell me why. I mean, there's kind of two strands of it.
Also, all my criticisms and spitballing about what was going on there seems to have been totally right. Brianna Wu was using it to try and flatter people and build connections and try and build up a little friend group, basically try and build a social network. She was totally, you know, fucking it up. They did fire her. These creators did get a talking to about being transparent and stuff. There was a whole, I was just like totally right. I was just like totally fucking right.
It's unclear what someone is invoking at any given time. There's the strand of imminent illiberal takeover of the party and turn to Stalinism. There's that strand of it. And then there's a strand of they're going to make us so fucking unpopular, we'll never win another election. And I just think that the both things are just not justifiable bases to vote for a traitorous MAGA Republican who tried to steal the 2020 election in one of the most pivotal swing states in anticipation of the 2028 presidential election, which is the election that most matters. It's what you have to be focused on.
Yeah, like I'm open. If people were saying like, oh man, like DAC is crazy, I would vote for John Kasich over. Okay, yeah, he's not a MAGA Republican. He's probably more moderate. He doesn't want to destroy liberal democracy with this org that's saying, you know, destroy the Western civilization. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about MAGA Republicans. That's like where vote blue no matter who came from. It wasn't vote for the Dem every single time. This is politics. If you don't like the DSA people, primary them.
You think the left will ever have that? You think the left will ever be like that? You think the left will ever give you that great? Like,
no, they won't. Who the fuck cares? Like they're deeply unserious and they don't have these principles. Yeah.
You think we call that shit out. It's fucking cucked. And I'll say it right now. It was cucked for Kyle Kalinske not to endorse in every single one of these elections between Trump from 2016 onward. It was cucked for Crystal Ball to not publicly do it. It was fucking cucked for Hasan not to be vocal about it, regardless of whether he actually did vote or not. It was cucked for all of these people, including and especially left-wing commentators. And I'm going to be consistent. If you want to go back on vote blue no matter who, and again, that is just a proxy for have a really, really high bar. I wouldn't vote for Hitler if he were a Democratic nominee. Yes, you're right. There are some lines. This person Hong does not cross the Hitler line for me, okay? And compared to a fascist, it makes me think, honestly, that some of the Republicans were right in one sense, that many of you weren't serious when you were calling Trump a fascist threat. That's what it makes me think.
Do you think it's kind of like, so I've obviously, go ahead, Guy. Sound like you were about to jump in there.
Oh, well, I just can say this is too serious of a position to give to a Republican Wisconsin governor. I mean, this is a swing state that plays a pivotal role in presidential elections. I think I'll take Hong any day over Tom Tiffany. I mean, that's a lot different than a congressional seat, one of 435 congressional seats. So I don't know why people are drawing the line there. Also, Hong has distanced herself from the national DSA platform, saying she doesn't support some of the crazier things.
I mean, listen, I wish she would just lie more. I don't know. Did you see her Fox News appearance?
Yes.
It was bad. It was really, really, really bad.
Thank you for $5 Shimberly. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, she's not a charismatic person. I agree.
It's not her charisma that's the problem. You know, I can tolerate charisma, Rizless politicians. That's fine. But it was, I don't know. When I watched that, I legitimately asked myself, like, is this woman a plant? Like, is she actually here to like fuck the Democratic Party? Because I don't know how else to explain some of her answers, given that she's running for governor in a state that was ground zero for the 2020 riots, which have been used as a cudgel against the Democratic Party. I mean, still to this day, 6 years later. And so that did not inspire confidence in the general. I mean, I agree, Pisco, with what you're saying. I think on both ends, I think the analysis is wrong. The idea.
Okay, but how has retarded kowtowing to right-wing narratives about the BLM riots benefited anyone? Like, these fucking retards just uncontested say, entire cities burnt to the ground. Entire cities burnt to the ground. They say that like totally uncontested.
Idea that there's an actual threat of an actual socialist takeover in the Democratic Party, I find just really laughable. And then on the other side of things, I disagree with the idea that any damage that Hong does to the party brand would somehow be more than the damage that Tom Tiffany would do, or any Republican as governor in Wisconsin. But, you know, I am reminded of the whole like Epstein fucking versus Hitler hypotheticals we did back in the day, segregationist thing, you know, and the argument that I heard from a lot of people was like, well, you know, if you elect a segregationist, it'll make the party look bad. So some people are capable of that kind of analysis. No,
I will grant that there are moments in which that like might overtake the value of the given position. Maybe there is some line somewhere, and a segregationist would account, or a rapist would account, or a I don't know, Epstein, a reformed, revived zombie Epstein would also account, or Hitler would account. Like, all of this is fair game, to put aside like the policies or whatever, but it's just not before us. And if you think it is before us, then you're going to have to be like, well, there's this different line between the governor and the Senate. I would vote for Hong if she were a senator. But like, as IRI was suggesting, if the Senate is important enough for you to vote for Hong if she were the candidate for senator, then you should be just as assuaged, I think, by the governorship in Wisconsin. I would almost argue that it's a toss-up between which is more important. I don't know about you guys. I mean, like, this is a key swing state. It could affect other races too, right? Because if you have unified control in Wisconsin, you could have another gerrymander. And we know what they've done with Wisconsin, both on the state gerrymander side and on the congressional gerrymander side. I mean, it has been one of the biggest disasters ever. That's why, by the way, Elon...
So, I mean, there is a lot to retalk about, because Pisco is sort of laying out the stakes. I mean, we sort of get it's totally fucked if MAGA get control. Let's skip to when Wick comes in, not when IRA comes in. When Wick comes in, Wick is the disagreeer here, okay? He's going to be getting dogpiled this whole time. And guys, the way Wick acts here, I haven't seen it all yet, but I've heard enough. I watched a bit of this last night, but I didn't really get where it was going once. So someone else joins the panel, guys. What we're waiting for is when someone else joins the panel. Keith Edwards. Do we know Keith Edwards? He's a 1.32 million sub channel. Let's just go back a little while, just see a video from maybe like a few months ago, just see what's going on.
This is frankly disturbing. There are allegations that have resurfaced that Donald Trump has made advances towards his own aides, and it is a Trump administration official.
So you get the sort of vibe here. You sort of like a progressive guy.
Trump administration is showing that they're completely inept. We have Caroline Leavitt doing the thing she does very well, which is lie while having a cross on her neck. And we also have Linda McMahon actually telling the truth, though I don't think she meant this the way that it came across.
I'm excited to have this conversation because you...
So you get the idea here. He just does lib, progressive, politics stuff. He joins. Big channel, big name. Wick has a chance to make a good impression. We'll see how he does.
Your libs defending people who never believed in blue no matter who. Like, I'm not going to do that. I just simply...
defending them?
Wick destroyed all of them, like that scene in Kingsman is what I heard.
What are you talking about?
I simply refuse.
Do you mean the one where he fights all the guys in the bar, or do you mean where everyone's heads explode? Because Wick was just dropping such truth nukes that everyone's brains just fucking exploding.
What do you mean defending them? Like, we're trying to defend the fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweeping for Kamala?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even see your post, so I don't know the extent of the commentary that you've given on this. But so I didn't have you in mind. I wasn't like throwing shade or anything like that.
Oh, there's the Wig class himself, the head honcho.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Josiah DM'd me or super chatted me and was like, hey, DM Soy Pill to get on Lib and Learn.
Get Josiah in here too, man. Josiah, I know you're watching. Get in here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Me and Josiah had a little back and forth this morning.
Pull up a chair. You know you want to. Get in here. He can't resist. Watch. He'll join. Mark my words.
Don't worry. As we talk, I'm sure you will want to have a few things to say.
Oh, the one with Freebird playing in the background.
Do you want to promote your liberal action network?
This is like Thanos arriving in Wakanda.
What does that do? I don't know if I want to pay money to do liberal action. I just want to go places and canvas.
We're not asking for money.
Oh, okay.
We're not asking for funds or anything like that. Right now, the Liberal Action Network, it's very new. It's something that has been cooking up for a while, but they just released it on my birthday, which was a few days ago.
Happy birthday!
Well, thank you.
Yeah, this is liberal NATO, guys. This is online lib NATO. If you're mean to She's Right show, Wick will show up and show you what's what. Oh wait, can we? Oh god, the forbidden snark. So I saw this happening the other day, guys. This is one of the new Destiny orbiters called She's Right Show, I believe this person is with RGR. Posted this, first of all. Hasan Piker is an illiberal, anti-democratic, parasitic infiltrator who has no part in the Democratic Party.
Hasan Piker is an illiberal, anti-democratic, parasitic infiltrator who has no part in the Democratic Party. And if you don't believe me, here he is saying it himself.
I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. But they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us. And they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them. So we have to wield them like a weapon.
Like, this is crying over nothing. This is crying over... He said nothing controversial there. Her follow-up is unbelievable. This is from Austinox. This one for Hasan's editors, I believe. Her follow-up is unbelievable. Spends the entire video talking about our genetic illnesses and expensive medicine, then tells us that's why we need to settle for affordable healthcare instead of fighting for more.
A lot of Hasan Piker fans have been making fun of my appearance, which is always unkind and wrong through any lens of misogyny, queerphobia, or ableism. Let's talk about the ableism today. I have a genetic chronic illness called cystic fibrosis. When Hasan Piker fans make fun of me because I look skinny and young with a big head and eyes, that's because my body cannot receive the proper amount of oxygen. My lungs constantly overproduce a thick mucus that tries to drown me from the inside. And I couldn't really make videos or stream last week because with the wildfire smoke and the heat wave, it was giving me near constant asthma attacks that felt like I was being strangled. And when you say that I look too pale and too skinny and too underdeveloped, that's because of the malnutrition component.
My mic isn't muted, Kenny.
Because of my disease, I can't absorb nutrients
That's
from
your
food I
self-control.
eat. Malnutrition component. Because of my disease, I can't absorb nutrients from food I eat. With the help of medicine I struggle to afford, I have to eat about 3 times as much food as a normal person, which I struggle to afford, to break even. Because my body is constantly trying to starve itself to death. And even new doctors that have my chart and should know will still treat me with hostility and suspicion as if I have an eating disorder, because that's what it's like to be a woman in the modern medical system. My daily life is treading water to not choke, starve, or catch a virus I don't have the immune system to fight. So when you attack me for my appearance, you're saying I'm a bad person who should be made fun of because of my genetic disability. And you do not have any moral superiority or socially left identity that you think you have. You're just a bad person with a permission structure. You're
It's
a
like
reactionary.
Kuihman choking every stream. No, unlike She's Right show here, I don't have any genetic illnesses or hereditary problems to explain my sickly appearance or coughing and spluttering. It's actually purely bad life choices. It's actually purely down to my own poor health habits.
Bigot who chooses unkindness. And when you don't mind supporting Republican wins in power because you hate the Democrats so much, you are complicit in making it harder for me to afford medical survival. This is reality. Support actual, feasible improvements to affordable health care. And if you'd like to help me afford food and lung medicine, I have a link in bio. Cruelty is always foolish, and kindness is always wise.
Guys, give up on universal healthcare and give me money instead. And Hasan replied to this. I have no idea who this person is. What have I done to her? Why is she talking about my fans?
And it basically is...
So yeah, all that to say, guys, if you attack She's Right show, Wick will come in to defend. And if you attack Wick, well, you'll be dealing with She's Right
liberal
show.
streamer NATO, like we talked about. It is... Well, no, for real. It's for
an
people...
attack on one is an attack on all. Article 5.
It's a defensive alliance, right? Where people who have consistently been coming at our throats, right? We can communicate together.
Yeah, try to forget the complete obscene irony of some DGG orbiter fucking toady saying cruelty is always stupid and kindness is always wise or whatever the fuck. Shut up, man.
Work together because, again, alone we get isolated, we get separated, we feel like it's hopeless, like there's no one around that shares our values. But it's a place and a system where we can just support each other and promote liberalism in
and
the
brigade
broader
lefties
online
and snark on them. Yes, listen, I'm all for it. Look, you guys go off on your liberal action network, and I think that like that's all cool and base, and we should defend ourselves against bad faith attacks and shit from lefties and stuff like that. And if Josh Shapiro becomes the nominee and there's like this bullshit about the murder shit, I'm going to be adding the Vanguard at some point. I want to have a debate with them because I've been hearing them go a little crazy. That's all cool, whatever. What the fuck does it have to do with this conversation?
Oh no!
Well, people asked me, and I told them.
Oh my bad. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry. That's on me. That's on me. I haven't mentioned it.
I don't listen to Claypool talks either. To be clear,
we're not talking about your fucking book right now. All
right. Also, we have to push the Pac-Man conversation. Heads up.
Oh yeah, we rescheduled. Pac-Man's a very busy man.
Wait, go ahead.
So is
yes,
Wick,
Nina, that person's AFAB like Brianna Wu is AFAB.
Vote Republican? I'm not trying to put
As
any
in,
evil on
no.
you. I honestly have no idea why you're up here. No offense. I'm happy to have you up here, but I don't know what position do you have that has brought you to this table?
So I think that if I were to be in Wisconsin and Hong were to win the nomination, I think that I would not vote. I would choose the couch.
So,
I think
but you would prefer the Republican, as you said in the tweet exchange.
Hold on. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have Hong as the nominee.
I know, but given the general, you did say now when IRI is asking you, right? You don't want to disappoint your like dad, and IRI has this like very fatherly presence about him. He does, and I look up to him. I think everyone should look up to him. And you're hiding your power level. You said in our Twitter reply that your preference is that the MAGA Republican Tom Tiffany in a matchup with Francesca Hong. That
I think it's better for the Democratic Party. Yes, I think it's
so
better.
Why not say it with your chest? Why be like, my preference is this entire thing never happened in the first place?
Because when you say it's my preference, you act as it signals that it's my first choice. It's not. We are in a situation, however, where I don't get my first choice. I don't get my preference. And since we are in a situation where Hong has
moderate Dems absolutely losing their mind at the thought that they might not get their exact perfect candidate every single time.
I think that Hong threatens liberalism in many of the same ways that MAGA does. And I find it more insidious than MAGA because there are people who would never defend MAGA who will defend Hong. And that's why I think she's a greater threat. Now, look, I think that when it comes down to it, Hong's not going to win the general. I think that's what
just
the evidence
a dodge.
suggests.
That's like just doing a prediction. We're not asking you for your Nate Silver take, bro. We're asking you for your outlook in terms of who you want to win, not what you expect will happen.
I think it's better for the Democratic Party if she loses. Yes.
I don't think we need to speculate too much. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a DSA governor, but we've had DSA mayors, I think, right? And we've had, people. They've had some prominence in like local politics. They've done decently well at the state level in some cases. And what was the worst that happened? They did some stupid policies that they ended up rolling back a couple years later. So when you say like Hong represents just as much of a threat to liberal democracy as MAGA, that seems kind of crazy to me, Wick, a little bit, because MAGA, as a political movement, a majority of them think that 2020 was stolen, and they straight up literally tried to steal an election.
El Said's been playing with, and El Said isn't DSA, and I will vote for El Said if he wins. I want to make that clear because the Senate's just more important. But I think that El Said's been playing with electoral election denialism too. Saying that if he loses, it's because of AIPAC and
I agree. That stuff is cringe. But that's not even in the same universe as what Trump did in 2020.
My argument here is that if Hong were to win in the general, it would make it harder to defeat MAGA in the future. And let me lay this out for you.
Sorry, guys. I've just seen a tweet that we have to pull up. Will Stylo somehow be able to hate Big Bungie even for this tweet?
Is shoot him, problem solved? That's what I would do. That's what I think they should. I think they should just fucking shoot him. Like, I've said this before. Like, I know that it might sound like, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. I have no sympathy for doing that, and I would do that in a second because it's the right thing to do in the long term. You can never look at, in a very, very isolated incident, you could say, and there's always, this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over. Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works. That's the way an animal thinks. And the
average Mueller review of a kids movie. Average Mueller review of some kids movie. They just fucking shoot them. Yeah, the kids. Yeah, the women and the kids. Yeah, they just fucking shoot them. Average Mueller review of a kids movie.
These people are animals. They're savages. Absolute fucking savages. Hamas tactics, yeah, terrorists. Of course you don't want to do that.
It's about
doesn't
immigrants.
mean you want to do
immigrants.
it. But you have to do what you need to do in order to enforce your borders, man. Like, that's the way it is. People are too emotional to see that. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's... You can't make decisions that way. And I understand the way that I talk about this might be a little bit extreme. It might be a little bit...
Anyway, that's enough for the clip for the big Bungie tweet. So Bungie says, damn, he got a taste for killing after he blew up his mother. Oh, we might be getting a big Bungie Asmongold video. Based Asmon killing his Floyd mom. Dude, I literally... You need to be... Yeah, dude, my political opinion is that you should be in front of your... In fact, should be in front of you before you in the head, in front of your whole family. That's just my political opinion, bro. That's just my political opinion. It's so fucking annoying, man. I hate this take. It's not just a political opinion. Asmongold is calling for violence. You can't just act like it's just acting political opinion. No, he's saying children should be shot. He's saying children should be shot. He's not saying, oh, I think we should have a 5% increase to the base rate of income tax because we need the revenue raising from a broad pot. It's not that, is it? It's not that. He's saying women and children should be shot. And you can't make a joke about his mother dying? Why? By his own moral code, his mother should have been forced into slavery for being an EBT pig.
Like, we know that Hong is underperforming, and most of the DSA candidates are underperforming the environment right now, right? So we're in like a D+8, D+7 environment. They are either underwater and probably not going to win, or they have taken winnable races and made them either a toss-up or likely red, likely Republican. If she wins, what's going to happen in the primary is people are going to want to go towards, or be more likely to go towards her style of politics and campaign with the same people that she's been campaigning with, right? That I do feel are an existential threat to the
but I would grant you that, Wick, and I would still say that that's a less bad outcome than having a Republican governor.
And how is that different from the Hasan camp saying the exact same thing about Kamala? Like, hey, yeah, obviously trolley problems, she's not as bad, but if you elect her, then we're going to get more liberalism, we're going to get more do-nothing Democrats.
Because
They're not
I
going
like
to push the party
liberalism and
line.
I don't like illiberalism.
Even Stylo couldn't hate on that Bungie tweet.
Take over because it's going to disaffect voters, and people will say, well, they're not delivering. Like, this is the exact same argument that I said is total bullshit from him, and that's how, like, part of the reason we get millions of people dead from U.S. aid cuts. That's how we get all our institutions covered.
The difference is they're being shown a pizza and saying, oh, I can't eat pizza, it's poisonous, okay? And then I'm being shown a plate of cyanide and saying, I can't eat that.
I'm right there wrong. Oh, I fucking hate this guy. Engage with the fucking arguments, you retard.
We're making the same argument, but the facts of the matter are not the same.
You're doing
Obviously,
a Nina Turner shit
I'm correct
thing.
and they are incorrect. But
so that's the only argument is I'm right.
Asmon's mother accidentally tried to smoke a stick of dynamite like Wile E. Coyote and you're laughing.
Thank you for $5, Jimberly. Thank you.
And they're wrong. Like, you don't have like polling to show this will happen down the line.
I can. I just pointed to what's happening with El Said and Hong, right? Hong has taken a winnable race and made it so we are going to have much harder time winning that. Can we acknowledge that reality?
Well, the
100%, yes.
Yes.
The polls.
So
the polls say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we don't want that to happen in the future, we don't want this constant taking winnable races if we just have generic Democrat or someone just fucking moderate, and then making them much harder to win.
This is an argument.
Guys, there's a Marvel Rivals debate happening in Spicy, catching my eye. I need to try and focus my attention on the stream.
If I may finish.
Yeah, but isn't that like this is why we shouldn't elect her in the primary? Like, I don't want to vote for her in the primary.
Yes, this is a primary argument, not a general argument.
No, it's a general argument too. If she wins the primary, it's much. If she wins the primary, and then so by some miracle she wins the general, what's going to happen is there's going to be more people.
Is the argument whether Thing is a diver or not? Thing isn't like a straight up diver. Thing is like a disruptor. Like, right? There are like tanks in these games that are straight up dive. They just like disrupt and make space. He front lines and disrupts and makes space and tries to just ruin whatever the DPS and healers are doing.
I knew it.
I'm not saying anything though. I'm not saying anything though. I'm just gonna sit here and show you that I'm conquering my fucking addiction, and I can be here and I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not gonna say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but look, Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck on these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you saying.
You actually baited me here to have.
Yeah, okay. Let's reset onto this. Stop thinking about Marvel Rivals.
My fucking addiction.
No,
and
discussion of Marvel Rivals in my chat will be banned, and I'm closing Spicy Chat. I'm not looking at Spicy Chat.
And I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not going to say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but look, Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck on these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you saying.
You actually baited me here to have me an intervention. Wick doesn't actually believe a goddamn thing he just said. It was all to provoke me to get here.
True. No, you know what? You got
get Moon in here.
I will say, look, I will say I missed dinner before.
What the fuck is Mootin?
It's very unfair right now. You guys are going to need more guys, okay? It's very unfair for you.
We need four more.
You're going to need more guys.
Wick, I'm curious. What is your reaction to my argument I made a few minutes ago about the governor of Wisconsin will play a role in the certification of the 2020 election results and could undermine public trust in our democracy? Isn't that worse than any damage DSA could do to our party through Hong as governor?
Yeah, specifically, a candidate had said, "I want to subvert the election and certify Trump," knowing that he did not win. Basically,
that obviously is a risk and it's something worth keeping in mind when everyone has to make this choice for their own. I don't mean to downplay that.
Well, you're saying it's not as important.
Yes, because I think the other threat is much more dire than that.
Stealing the election is worse than someone not even committing to doing the craziest thing on their platform.
I don't think it'll work.
We don't think prison abolition will work.
So you're the Ben Shapiro. The guardrails will hold, so we're good. We can just keep electing these people who are going to try to subvert the entire democratic process.
We don't. This problem.
That literally is the Ben Shapiro argument, isn't it? It was like, the guardrails will hold. The guardrails will hold. And they and ahs and flip-flops back and forwards repeatedly in several years. Dude.
MAGA is waning right now. Their influence is waning. They are being beaten on every front.
What?
In polls, in special elections, we see us flipping seats from red to blue consistently.
So stop keeping the pressure up on him and vote for them even? Is that what the argument is?
I can't finish the argument, right?
You're triggering me. This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought MAGA was a fucking existential fascist threat, and they're like, they're on their way out. The guy's talking about running for a third fucking term.
Hold on. What is Trump's approval rating right now?
It's really bad. He just crossed like 30.
I think it's the 5th lowest ever, right?
Yeah, but wait, who cares? Who cares if he doesn't fucking win the election if he tries to fucking steal it?
That is a problem and a threat.
Dude. How do you square this with the last 10 years of your life arguing that this is an existential threat? And now it's a problem if they try and steal the election. That's certainly a problem.
But
that's a risk I'm gonna take.
A little one that I'm willing to take to just make sure Hong doesn't win.
Hong, look, say they try, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but say they try another false slate of electors scheme, right? Where they get the swing states that win.
This is like an actual grifter litmus test, isn't it? It's like, do you remotely believe the shit you're saying or not? And it's just that. It's that simple. Because if you believe the shit you've been saying about MAGA for the last how many years, your position here is obvious. If you're a cynical grifter who exists only to try and gain clout online, and you're just attaching to the nearest source of clout you can find and taking team battles to try and make money, well then, your position would be that of Wicks.
Blue, inshallah, in 2028, right? They put out a false slate of electors, say it was stolen, and they send it to the Congress. And J.D. Vance is a spineless cuck and will just do whatever Trump says.
You don't have to say, because they've all said they would do this, by the way. J.D. Vance said, I would have certified for Trump. So, okay.
Yes. And then when he does say, okay, we're going to accept these false slate of electors, what happens? It goes to the House, doesn't it?
Is that what happens? Anybody knows. You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched Dev's video on this.
There are many different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yes,
and then it's out of 50. But it's not just that. Hang on. So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. Remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
Wait.
There's multiple levels.
Wick was about to...
Sorry, I was muted. 1 minute of the stream. Just admitting that all of your information about January 6th comes from a short fat otaku video is just totally shameful.
Wick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Wick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After
that's one avenue.
We can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it.
Well, state actors, layers of delegations to interfere.
Watch that video. It goes to the House, doesn't it?
Is that what happens? Anybody knows. You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched.
Where was Wick being gassy? Where is
it? It goes to the House, doesn't it?
You're asking
anybody knows.
You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to because I watched Dev's video on this.
There are many different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yeah, so
and then it's
it would
out of
be
50.
important.
But it's not just that. Hang on. So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support, the official slates to be the Trump was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So
was that Josiah?
the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So
I'm thinking that was Josiah. Look at Josiah's motion there.
Actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. Remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
That was Josiah. That was Josiah.
Wick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Wick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After
the House, that's one avenue.
We can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it, right? That's as I understand.
No, wait, no, Pisco, don't let him finish. Let him finish.
Is that correct? Am I correct in this?
You're kind of correct.
Kind of correct. How am I wrong?
Well, wait. Finish your thought. Wait, finish your thought. Don't let's let him do the punchline.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. If we are going to want in 2028 to maximize our chance of stopping that, the thing we need to do is ensure we win the House. Would that be logical? Correct?
Yes, but here's the problem. Winning the House is not enough. Do you know why? Who was Speaker of the House on January 6th?
In general.
No. Who was Speaker of the House on January 6th, 2021?
The Speaker of the House in 2021, I don't remember.
It was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Simply having a majority
for real, dude.
In the House doesn't protect you because it's about the state delegations. And guess which party has more state delegations than the other party? The Republicans.
State delegations, that would be Republicans, correct?
Correct. So if it were to go to the House and the House were the ultimate arbiter of who would win the election, it would be Republicans, even with a Democratic majority.
Hold on. How would that work, though?
It's 50. So it's 50 states, and every member votes within their delegation, and the majority is the vote for the state. That's the fucked up system we have.
So
I mean, even if it wasn't, by the way, like, this is where I thought you were going, Josiah. Like, the governor is going to affect any kind of gerrymander that's going to occur. The governor could literally have an effect on the House of Representatives just based on, like, the thing about it with
Hold
Newsom.
on. No, not for 2028, sir. Because
Says who?
Time. Again, who's currently governor in Wisconsin?
Right now it's Evers.
Evers, right? Evers, as I understand it, is an election denier, is he?
No, but if Tiffany wins, Tiffany would be seated for the remainder of between January 2027
28
and
is what matters.
Yeah, until January 3rd, 2028. And remember, the new House is seated before the election is certified on January 6th. So
I don't believe that's true, actually.
Wait, can I jump in? Because I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. What is happening is we have two options in primaries. We have DSA people and we have the not DSA people. And in the places where DSA people are winning, we're now saying the only way to cut the cancer out, to make sure they don't win, is to vote for MAGA Republicans or not vote.
No,
and not hey, what happened in this primary that made us get rat fucked so hard we didn't win and beat these people that apparently have this so unelectable platform that they shouldn't be winning, but they still are. The voters are picking these people. So liberals, if we want these people out who have crazier ideas, we need better fucking candidates. And the idea that the solution to cutting DSA out of the tent is let's elect MAGA is fucking insane to me, regardless of whether or not you think the guardrails are going to hold. Like, this whole conversation is like, we're so past the, hey, why don't we run better politicians? Why don't we actually make sure that we can address voters the way that they
should
feel being heard? Well,
why are you getting mad at Wick right now and not
Because he's saying basically the only way to do this is
and not mad at Hong for courting his vote.
He's also.
What do you mean? I'm not mad at Hong. I want Hong to get as many voters as she can.
Well,
I'm mad at.
You guys are totally missing the snark. Also, I keep muting myself. I'm like actually retarded. I'm fucking up completely tonight because I haven't eaten. You guys are totally missing the snark. This is like total poser shit. This is This sucks. This is tacky. This is tacky as fuck. Having the fake brick pattern on your wall, on your streaming wall. It's terrible. I hate it.
Be more mad at her. It's her job to earn the votes.
If Wix, no, it's fine. He could do it. I mean, look, I get it because these are dumb arguments from the left, and if you repeat them, it's like, yeah, I understand these dumb arguments. But the point is, if Hong is unable to court Wick because Wick's position is, Hong, you're so bad, I want a MAGA instead of you, and I think MAGA is better down the line. What the fuck is she going to say?
He's in
to
Japan.
I just want to say for the record, I was correct. They are seated on January 3rd, 3 days before January 6th. I was right. I'm always right. Don't question me on Senate procedure shit.
But again, the gerrymander won't come into effect. There's just not enough time to gerrymander in.
It's 2 years. Wick, what are you talking about?
Okay, when's the next House election? 2028?
2028,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so you have the 2026 midterms here in November, and then the next House races are during the presidential election in 2028.
In 2028, yes.
They definitely could gerrymander in those 2 years for sure.
Let me try.
I'm not sure how much of an impact the gerrymandering would have.
I just don't see that as going to be that's not going to be salient. It's not going to be able to be outcome determinative on this.
But
what will be outcome determinative, and what we know will happen, is that if Hong wins the general election, right, and we have to fight for all these primaries where we take winnable seats and we make them much harder to win, we're going to have to need more resources. We're going to have to need more time, effort.
But here's the thing. Wait. I would grant you all of that. I agree. Yes. I think if she, is the general candidate, and if she wins, it's going to make Democrats' jobs harder. It's impossible to quantify. Is that really going to be specific to that region of the country? Is it even going to affect a race like Alaska? I don't know. But the angle that I want to hit you with now is like, why wouldn't we just anticipate that the same thing that happened during Trump 1.0 is going to happen this time, which is to say, like, the DSA is going to have they're going to have good nights, which relative to them is 4 people in the Congress or whatever. And they'll probably have another good night in 2028. But when we look at the trends right now with Trump's approval rating, and it is abysmal, and no one has ever, as far as I understand, nobody comes back from that kind of polling. They just continue to go down. And so what I think is the most likely outcome here, Wick, is the same thing that happened last time, which is the next time we have a Dem trifecta, the DSA is going to burn out, and they're going to plateau, and then they're going to decline because they have no pitch when a Democrat's in office. Then then their shit is unpopular. Hence Bowman and Cory
I haven't
Bush.
showed. You're right. I should. Guys, almost 400 people watching right now. 50 likes on the stream. It's almost 350 or so people. And please remember to cast a thumbs up and clicking it, or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be hugely appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a Stream Elements link in the pinned chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a bunch of memberships randomly throughout the chat, buy a super chat, which will highlight a message, read it on TTS, or buy a super sticker, wish a YouTube image or GIF, look behind in chat, and I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you.
Losing their primaries.
You would grant me that the DSA is currently, on this cycle, expanding its seats.
We already covered them all the video.
It's not a lot.
Stream.
Yeah, this is like saying, they doubled from 2%
but it
to
is
4%.
getting worse, right?
I just listen, do you see them?
Take the membership.
Do you see them realistically?
Is that not true, what I just said?
Again, but it's like saying it's going from 1% to 2%, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's easy to nip in the bud now. I don't want it to get to 20% or 25%.
No, I do no. Listen to me.
It's not easy to nip in the bud. You're saying the solution is elect MAGA. That's not an easy solution.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk real quick. It actually doesn't, we're not nipping anything in the bud. You understand that when Republicans are in office, the DSA does better, right?
Well, that's
Just
why they try to get Republicans elected. Yeah.
Demonstrably the case. They elect more DSA people. They're more successful when Republicans are in
I was
office at the
replying to
state
someone else,
level and
Gringo.
the federal level. So, you're like, if you acknowledge that, I don't understand how you could abide
Because,
a Republican governor.
again, one seat, one governorship. Again, we know in 2026 that we are going to, in at least every metric I see, we're taking the House. We're getting 230 seats. We might even take the Senate. That's up in the air, and it's going to be harder. But those things are destined to happen, right? What's going to happen if Hong wins? Huh?
I mean, destined to happen. The betting markets right now have a 15% chance of Dems losing the House. Now, you can say it's likely, and we would agree. It's likely.
Sure. Okay.
But
Most
but
likely.
don't count your
Very
chickens
likely.
before they hatch. And this
very
beast is
likely.
not done yet. And we don't want to hand them a crucial swing state governorship.
What we don't want to do is hand DSA this kind of victory that they can use to galvanize and get worse. And so it's not just during the Republican years where they get stronger, but it becomes something that happens in other years as well.
They will
Again,
burn
this is
out.
I think you guys are
out.
I think you guys are
out.
really underselling the threat here of these people, right? They are illiberal. They are going to make it harder to beat MAGA. They're going to make it harder to elect liberal Democrats. This is something that they say they will do, right? You got Mike from PA, you got Kyle Kalinske, you got Emma Vigeland, all saying that they are enemies to the Democratic Party, right? That they are, I believe Mike PA said he was going to depress Democratic turnout until we bent the knee to the left or whatever.
But that's what you're saying now. We hate those people for saying that, and you're saying, yeah, and maybe we should vote for MAGA.
No,
the best way to beat
I have
MAGA is to elect
advocated-
MAGA, you fool.
I have advocated to sit out and not support.
So you
these
disagree with Mutin when Mutin says vote?
Did Mutin say to vote for
Yes,
the
he sure did.
Republicans?
Yes, he
yeah,
sure
I think
did.
he's wrong for that.
But even then, I fucking call Hasan out for this shit. I fucking hate that a guy with 2 to 3 million fucking followers and all this money, like, look at what he's doing now for these candidates that finally align with him. It's like, hey, why the fuck didn't you do that when it mattered to beat Trump? And you're essentially saying the same thing as he is and saying, well, down the line, my calculus is that 3 years later, this will make it easier to win. And I don't see that right now. I see, hey, this is a governor who might not certify the election. Right?
My enemy is not just MAGA. One of the things that is frustrating me is you use MAGA as this blank check to cede every single vote to the left that we can. And it's a problem, right? It cannot be that because MAGA is running, then we have no lines on our side, that we never draw something in the sand and say, this is
we said
too
that
much.
earlier before
We
you were here.
cannot
There
vote
was the
for this.
candidate in
Hong
Texas
has
that was
passed this line for me, right? It's not just MAGA that is my enemy. It's
Why, Wick?
authoritarianism. It's
Why is Hong
illiberalism.
so bad to you? Why is Hong so bad in particular?
Okay, so Wick, substantive complaints about Hong here. Let's hear it.
Well,
did you see who she was campaigning? Well, first.
You're asked, why is Hong so bad? And your number one reason.
Well, see she who was campaigning with, like I think yesterday, maybe
Sure.
today. This person praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40 million people. This person is playing with great replacement theory, right? Lying about.
That's right, guys. She appeared in public with Hasan Piker, guys. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. The worst thing you can possibly do. The worst thing you can possibly appear in public with Hasan Piker. Worse than sexting dubiously aged women. Worse than sharing non-consensual sexual imagery and videos. Appearing in public with Hasan Piker.
Praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40 million people. This person is playing with great replacement theory, right? Lying about what the New York Times said.
Playing with great replacement theory.
Claiming that Israel.
So this is because Hasan made an unjustified leap, I would say, by evidence that's out, that Israel somehow had a hand in the Morocco-Spain immigration crisis over the last week. I don't think that's substantiated. I don't think that's proven. It was a poor reading of an article.
Is sending invading Muslims to Spain. It's crazy shit.
However, the reality is that as much as you can talk all this shit about, it's playing with great replacement theory. I mean, Netanyahu's son is literally like on Twitter doing propaganda about it, like the whole week.
Right?
She's campaigning with Hasan. That's what you're
wants
saying.
America to be destroyed as it is. He wants to abolish private property. He wants to what's the other he's a terrorist supporter who
You don't even need to do guilt by association with her, though. Like, you can just listen to her stated positions.
Yeah, well, she has
positions-
it's all of the above.
She holds positions that are broadly toxic to the entire party. And Wick is right that if she wins the general and is the governor of that state, the Fox News and the right-wing media machine are going to have a fucking field day with her, and it is going to drag down the party. It's 100% guaranteed. There's just the positions that she was pushing on Fox News are so unbelievably toxic to the Democratic Party. We know this to be true.
Yeah,
and
and
so,
even the things that she's disavowed. You remember? Do you guys remember Project 2025? Right when they
I forgot about that.
And then Trump was like, "Oh, I don't even know what this is." Right? I disavow it. Project 2025. I've never heard of it. And then when they got elected, they just started implementing 2025. I think about that a lot when it comes to the DSA and DSA candidates going on and saying, "I've never heard about that. I disavow that shit."
And that's why it's Lord of the Flies in Mamdanieville, right? I mean, that's why we have no private property in Mamdanieville.
Mamdani is a mayor. His power is limited, and he's letting in people
the
like
governor,
DAC
and the governor
who are
can't
going
abolish
to do
the
shit
police
like that
or
once they get
prisons,
enough power. I don't know.
I
Like,
wish you would.
why would I ever vote someone who's like, "Hey, Wick, I'm going to my stated policy position is we want to kill you. We're going to murder you." But don't worry, don't worry.
You
don't
hate it.
worry. We can't do it now. It's kind of silly to even be mad at me now. We don't have enough power to murder you. We don't have the strength or anything like that. So don't worry about it. That's our stated policy position, to murder you.
Is that her stated policy position? She wants to
murder you.
I'm illustrating a point. I don't think they're actually trying to murder me, right? But I'm saying if someone is saying that we want to abolish the Senate, we want to.
And if someone is saying that they want to steal the 2020 election.
Yes, that's bad. That's why I'm not voting for them either.
Yeah, but which one's worse?
Yeah, but sitting out an election, you risk the worst one, Tiffany winning.
I don't know if that's
if your
worse.
tacit approval.
Well, wait, okay, no, take a stance right now. You don't know which is worse. One's worse. They're not equally bad. Do you think MAGA is worse?
No, they are
or do you think
worse
Hong
in
is
different
worse?
ways, and it depends.
No,
do you feel
one is
that...
worse? One's going to be worse. You have to decide for yourself right now. Is MAGA
which
worse?
Is getting worse?
Or the DSA
Burns,
candidate?
death, or shot? Depends where you get shot.
Yeah, if you
it's absurd to not be able to answer these questions. Being someone that has done online debates for like 5+ years, debated about politics, about voting, about electoralism, countless fucking times, week after week after week after week. And you're being asked, there's an election. You have to pick one. Not voting is conceding to the winner, conceding to, assumedly, the enemy. You have to pick one. You're always picking one, Wick. Would you prefer Hong? Or would you prefer... What's the Republican's name? Something Tiffany, I think. You have to pick one of these. You can't dodge. You can't say, "Oh, I just kill myself." Tiffany, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can't just do a cop-out bullshit answer here, Wick. You've been asked your position, and you've done this to other people without a fucking doubt.
You make a metaphor that's completely disanalogous, you can just completely deflect from the question.
Yeah, no answer or stay home or whatever is like totally disqualifying for the conversation. You're not engaging.
I'm upset with you right now. You can't just sit out like a little bitch. I've had this fucking energy for the left for 2024, and now you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do? Fucking
I
pick. One is going to be
disagree with
worse.
your
Do you think
premise.
Hong is worse? Or do you think MAGA's worse?
I disagree with your premise. I think that they are.
They're equally bad. They're just both equally as bad as it could possibly get.
I think that they are worse in different ways. One is worse when it comes to Democratic electability and long-term survival of the party and long-term ability to beat back the Republicans. One is worse short-term, right? So it depends. Is short-term worse or is long-term worse?
But Wick,
and I don't know the answer to that, so it's hard to rank.
But Wick, we don't know what's going to happen in the long term. A lot of things can change between now and that end result that you're talking about, right? Like a lot of twists and turns. But we do know that 2 years from now, Tom Tiffany is going to be like, this election was rigged. My swing state ain't certifying this shit. And here's a whole bucket of problems.
I think that is just as predictable as us having a big problem winning 2028, 2030, 2032. I think that these are equally big problems.
Okay, well, Wick, then just say this. Say MAGA's worse, but I think that electing Hong might make it easier for MAGA to win in 2028. Like, at least then you can say, okay, maybe Hong wouldn't be as bad as MAGA, right?
Again, that's not the only reason she's bad. That is the reason I'm pitching to you.
But you would have to, if you were a Wisconsin voter, like, and you have influence, you tell your people, people that live in Wisconsin are going to vote.
Sit home.
What are you going to tell them? Just don't vote?
Yes, I will tell them, hey, look, vote your conscience, but for me, I'm sitting out.
No, that's what fucking Hassan did in 2024, and I will never stop giving him shit for that. This
doing
pisses me
that
off.
with
What the hell?
Kamala, who was a strong liberal.
Also, that's literally not true. That's not what Hasan did in 2024. Hasan said in 2024, you should vote against Trump. Hasan voted. He said since that he voted for Kamala, I believe. And he said at the time he wouldn't endorse Kamala specifically, but he said you should vote against Trump. He did not say, I'm sitting out, vote with your conscience. That's actually far worse. That's actually infinitely worse than what Hasan was saying, Wick.
Oh, but genocide, I can't tell people in good faith to do it. It was a genocide. Right? I can't tell you, vote your conscience. I won't tell you what to do.
Correct. That's the difference here. There's different facts.
Oh, okay. I'm just right, and he's wrong. No, you're both fucking retarded, Wick. I'm sorry. This is so stupid.
Kamala is just better than Hong in the DSA in every
No, but I think it might make the Democrats harder to win in 2028 because Kamala will...
Hasan is better for the Democrats than Wick. That's absolutely 100% true. And imagine if you powered Wick up to Hasan level. Let's say you supercharged Wick clout and got Wick in close with a bunch of candidates. Wick would be far more of a bad look on them than Hasan is. Hasan has crazy political statements. Sometimes get a bit, you know, get a bit wacky. Play a few clips of this creepy fuck on debates about dog dick and debates about debates with maps who are hanging out with their grooming victim live on the panel. Play a few, blast a few clips around this guy dancing shirtless. You may not like it, but politics is all vibes based, okay? And you've got terrible fucking vibes.
Be feckless, and then MAGA will win even harder in 2028. So look, it's just a calculus. I just have to vote for MAGA or sit out. I can't tell you to do that. Sorry.
Okay, you're just wrong here, though.
I'm fucking not actually holding this
position.
You are
I think
wrong.
It's retarded. You were trying to compare them saying the sky is red and me saying no, it's actually blue, and you're like, I don't know. Both sides have a point here. No, you look out the fucking window and you see if the sky is red or sky is blue.
Wait, can I ask, who do you hope wins? Even though you can't win, let's say you sit it out. Who would you hope wins?
Man, I hope. I think again. I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong lost.
Yes. So you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it.
Like, what a person. Look at the fucking face he pulls, man.
I think again. I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong lost.
Hong lost.
So you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it. Say it with your fucking chest, Wick.
Yeah,
I keep saying it. I'm not going to
like
look. I'm not going to parrot your lines. I'm going to say it how I want.
Yeah, because you're scared.
If it's better than
Wait,
Wick.
Peer pressure
If it's better that Hong loses,
if
Hong loses, Wick, why don't you just endorse MAGA right now and say, "Well, I want Hong to lose, and the best way for that to happen is to endorse."
I'm saying don't.
Why not? You want Hong to lose, right? That's the better option.
I think it would be better for Hong to lose.
Okay, well, there's one way for that to happen, and that's for MAGA to win, right?
Sit out. Don't.
No.
And let MAGA
Hong
win.
will lose if MAGA wins. This is a one or the
can
other.
I ask, clarifying though, Wick, are you hoping that taking this position now, 90 days before the November election, would get Hong to move and change her position, or is there nothing there?
Yeah, look,
there's no redemption
if
for
if Hong repents and Hong says, you know what, I disavow the DSA, Hasan Piker, you're a fucking psycho.
That's
and
leverage.
Then,
we call that leverage.
I switch my position immediately. Boom.
Okay.
We
call
are
that
back on the Hong train, baby.
But you're going to hold out until the voting booth, right? And if she doesn't do it, you won't endorse.
Gettable voter.
I don't think. I don't think she's.
It's so crazy, man. You could not dream this up in your wildest caricature of these people.
Gonna do that.
Okay, that's not your goal then in doing this. You're convinced she will not change, and you're not trying to pressure her to change in any way.
My goal here, my advocacy is for people to have some lines and some standards, because MAGA isn't and I really want to stress this. MAGA isn't the only threat to our liberal democracy. The DSA and the left is also a threat. The far left I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Soy Pill or Pisco or any of the people here. I'm talking the far left.
Which is worse right now, Wick?
They are a fundamental threat, and I think you guys are just downplaying this all the time.
Wick,
and
which is worse right now?
To get it through your head.
Which is worse right now, Wick? Is it the group of people that control all three branches of government, or the people, as Hutch has pointed out, who have won 4
control
seats?
all three branches of government are more dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But if the DSA controlled all three branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not understand?
Why don't you say, hey, let's
easier to ride her
in the fucking primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to in the fucking wheels should be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not understand?
Why don't you say, hey, let's
easier to ride her
in the fucking.
It's Josiah okay? It's Josiah okay? What a stupid joke.
All three branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not understand?
Why don't you say, hey, let's
easier to ride her
in the fucking primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger.
It's just funny how much he's enjoying it as well. Look at Ira and Pisco, man. The faces here are great. There's Soy Pill desperately appealing to Wick. Wick just in absolute horror. And then they're all just like cracking up at just like a stupid fucking dad joke.
Danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to Western civilization. But once they win,
because we've seen this,
fucking stop MAGA. Let's not let MAGA win and say, I really hope MAGA wins because that means Hong loses.
We saw this is the exact
same legitimizing those
that the Republicans
lefties who
that
it's actually crazy how long Josiah has taken to recover from his own fucking joke, man.
And say, scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. These people would vote for a Republican. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking crazy. You're not on my side. And then you come out and say, I don't know. I kind of want MAGA to win this election. And I'm like, wow, you just put all those retards right. That's how mad I am at you. You're making lefties think they're right.
You can be mad, but I'm just correct here. Because again, the argument you're making is that we have to accept literally almost anything in order to beat MAGA.
Yeah, it's a lesser of two evils.
That's going to allow us.
The lesser of two evils voting. I've always been this way.
Party.
Wait, is Keith asking to join Live and Learn? Keith Edwards is in my chat.
Keith Edwards.
Awesome. Wait, let me ask.
He's
wait,
massive.
just quickly.
If he wants on, you guys should bring him on.
Yeah,
my opinion.
he's cool, dude.
Is he asking? Is that what chat said or no?
Keith,
might be trolling me here.
Keith, come on. Message, or let Soy Pill or Hutch know if you want on. And
I will fight all of you. Okay.
No, we gotta be. There's a dog pile going on here. I feel like reflexively, I want to take the opposite position.
But Wick, so just
go ahead.
Straight up, who's worse right now, DSA or MAGA?
I think MAGA is worse because they control the government, but the DSA is worse because they're so insidious. And there's a difference.
Like, dude, no, the DSA is not worse than MAGA. on literally any fucking plane of existence, by any metric you could possibly conjure up, there is no way in which the DSA is worse than Maggie, you delusional fucking weirdo.
Okay, so the immediate threat then is MAGA.
But it can, again, yes. But if we want to, because it's not just the immediate threat. Like MAGA is not going to go away, right? In
But
2
here's the
years.
thing,
we all understand that, correct?
We won't have those fights in the future if we don't get through 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like there is nothing to worry about in the future about DSA
when we
taking
talk
over.
about 2028, defeating DSA now will make it easier to defeat MAGA in 2028.
Okay, but what can be done? Hong is headed towards victory.
Again,
we could say let's sit out and hope she loses to MAGA. I guess that's the solution.
So what if she wins? What's the strategy then?
If she wins, then we have a much harder time.
Do we need a really
getting
moderate candidate for Republican so that the moderate Republican can beat her in 2030, whatever? Like, this is so crazy. Wait, why don't you stop being a pussy and just say you want MAGA to win instead of like, I'll sit it out. You're doing the same exact shit.
It's not
You're
being
saying
a
it with
pussy.
your
I'm being
chest.
honest.
All right.
I'm being straightforward.
You prefer she loses, which means MAGA wins. So you prefer MAGA wins. Just
all right, hold on.
You won't say it because
I want to interrogate. I want to interrogate the claim that you said that we're understating the threat of DSA. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Do you think that, for example, do you think that the threat of DSA is literally that in 10 years' time, 40% of the country are going to think that we shouldn't have any immigration enforcement? Are you afraid of their specific ideology and policy platform actually being broadly popular with the electorate?
Well, no, but they don't need to be popular with the.
Oh, well, I'm just checking Twitter on my phone. One of these denial accounts has tweeted, "The silence from @DickersTV means only one thing. He is guilty. He sexted an ego, and from what I've been told, he has a girlfriend he lives with. Is DickersTV now homeless? It's been established that he sexted a woman on Discord. Now, no streams, no tweets, no public acknowledgement of the situation. If anyone lives in England, look out for a box on the side of the road with this dude in it."
Electorate, because they're not popular with the electorate now, to get into positions of influence and power within the party, to make the party have bad positions that cause us to never win an election again.
Did that happen? Did that happen with Biden, for example? I mean, he didn't adopt any of the crazy positions. He made concessions to the left, but he didn't make concessions to DSA. He wasn't super extreme, right?
Sure, and Biden was a great president, and he made some concessions to the progressives.
I mean, I agree with you that the threat of DSA is that they can rat fuck the party and help Republicans win future elections. But I just when I look at their past performances and just the trend lines that have occurred throughout this entire era of Trump, it is just so obvious that they will never be broadly popular enough to. So their illiberalism to me is I think it's bad.
Arguments about MAGA.
No,
when in 2012, 2011, 2013, when the Tea Party was starting getting ready and MAGA was just kind of like a baby in the crib, I heard those same arguments from many of my Republican friends.
But DSA's policy platform is considerably less popular than MAGA's, by orders of magnitude, right?
For now, yes.
Well, that's why I asked you. Do you think it's plausible that in 10 years, 40% of the country are going to say we shouldn't have borders or immigration enforcement?
I think it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know how likely. I can't.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So
I really.
Wait! I'm triggered by chat. Everyone's saying I don't have this fucking energy for lefties. Doesn't know who the fuck I am and how I've been yelling at them for the past 2 years about how they threw away their fucking power and votes. Shut the fuck up, you stupid.
To be clear,
hey,
I just want to make it clear too. Soy Pill's my buddy.
Everyone Wick is my boy.
We like.
Yeah, I do like
each
Wick a
other.
lot.
We're
I know
friends.
you can take it.
We're fighting.
I wouldn't be yelling at Wick this
okay.
hard if I didn't love him. Okay.
Exactly. Look, I don't call people. If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't be fighting you. I'd be like, okay, whatever, and just go.
Wait, Josiah had a question. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So Wick, I'll take what Hutch said there at face value. I don't know what the relative polling popularity is between DSA's positions versus MAGA's or the Tea Party's, but Hutch, knows what he's talking about. So let's just take that at face value. So there's so many differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, DSA and MAGA and the Tea Party. One thing that frustrates me when I see this in my mentions, all of my fucking mentions about, well, look what happened to Republicans, look what happened to Republicans. And when we go through all the many reasons that the differences, the major differences between the two parties, it seems like it just goes right over people. It just washes off. the fact that something happened to the Republican Party does not mean that it will happen to the Democratic Party.
Not
because
necessarily.
Correct. So
But do you think we're like immune to it?
I think that it is much less likely. I'm not going to sit here and say that in no timeline in the multiverse could some sort of MAGA style takeover of the Democratic Party occur, but you, in my opinion, should be justifying your fear, because the other thing is this. You have the fact that the Republican Party is much more demographically and ideologically homogenous compared to the Democratic Party. You have what Hutch said about the relative popularity of the positions that the fringe elements took before they eventually conquered the Republican Party. And you have the fact that constitutionally speaking, the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely to fight amongst themselves and to eject not only members, but leaders. We effectively kicked out the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, because we thought he was an electoral liability. The Republican Party is just not capable of that. And then the other thing is this. Okay. We just don't see a history of it in the Democratic Party. And despite all of these differences, nobody has yet to account for that. Nobody who takes your position, not Destiny, not Mooten, not you, nobody has said, okay, here's why I still fear that this thing could occur within the Democratic Party.
I can lay it out. So this idea that we don't have a history of this is just not true. If you look at the party from 2012 and its evolution to today, we have much more left-leaning people of influence and power. Like, for example, last cycle, it would have been unheard of for anyone to be campaigning with Hasan Piker. That just would not have happened.
Oh my God. I mean, he wasn't involved in that kind of shit. He himself didn't involve himself in that. That's the metric.
It's legit. It just shows it. There's, I was going to say one or two things going on. It is kind of one or two things, but it is really just one thing. Wick is a dishonest, low IQ grifter. That is the one thing that's going on. Now, the one of two things that could be going on that's on like a separate level from that is he saying Hasan, is he repeatedly putting stress on the idea of Hasan being associated? One, as a cynical clout game, internet politics, internet drama ploy to try and target the opposing clout camp? Or, second option, is he doing it because he's trying to do that first one, but he doesn't know any of the specifics about any of the policies of the DSA or of Francesca Hong or of Al-Sayed, so he absolutely just simply cannot argue on any substantive grounds about how the party has shifted leftwards? Yeah, I think I'm going with the second. He's trying to attack Hasan, and the best way to do that would be to make the liberal argument about policy, but he can't do that because he's too stupid and too uneducated, and he's winging this. So he's got no idea, so he's just going straight to the retarded talking point. It's not even supposed to be the talking point. They should be fighting on policy. That would be the good talking point. They're going to like the motivation. They're just admitting their motivation.
No, that's one of the metrics. Are you saying I'm wrong? That if Hasan Piker
Pisco, I mean, the Overton window has shifted substantially in the last 10 years.
No, that's not what he just said. No, I agree that the party has become more left-wing. Part of the reason you know that is because Joe Biden was the most progressive president of our lifetime. And Joe Biden was influenced heavily by people like Bernie Sanders and other, very left-wing members of the Democratic Party. I'm not denying that, but the question is, like, if the metric is Hasan Piker wouldn't have done that back in the day, or Hasan Piker didn't do that with them. Okay, but isn't it the whole complaint that he didn't used to do this kind of like intervention for Democrats?
My whole complaint was honest. He's a terrorist reporting anti-Semite.
That by the way, that was the complaint they were all making. I remember everyone arguing, Hasan should do more for his beliefs. If he really believes in socialism, why isn't he supporting DSA candidates? Blah, 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 blah. No, stop that. No, not like that.
This or not.
Keith said he joined, by the way. I just texted him. Keith said he'll join.
That feels a bit disingenuous, Pisco. Because
what's disingenuous?
Because you're saying like, well, wasn't the complaint that he wasn't out there like supporting Democrats? It's like, well, that's not really what we're talking about, right?
No.
He's only out there right now supporting.
saying something different. What I'm saying is, if he was not like even involving himself in that time period, then there's nothing to compare X versus Y, right? I agree that like it's not the whole like him not being involved in favor of Kamala or Biden, that kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
I understand.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Did you send him the link, Josiah?
I'm sending it right now via Twitter DM.
Okay, great. And he can get in.
Fuck,
there.
bro,
What side is Keith
I can fight
on
1,
here?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. But here's the thing. In this Pisco, this is a problem I have with you. Like, I'm trying to paint a picture of a wall, and every time I paint a brick, you're like, we gotta stop at the brick and we gotta litigate this brick right now. Let me get through it, and then you can take me brick by brick.
Is the
if you like.
overall that the party has shifted to the left? If it's that, I'll grant it. Yes, it's true.
Okay, well, that just shifting to the left isn't sufficient for this, right? And I think we both agree on that. It wouldn't be sufficient to make my case.
Agreed.
It does kind of show that the party can change over time, right? Like Josiah, you're pointing to a snapshot of right now. You don't think, and to be clear, I agree with you. Like this instant, tomorrow we're not going to have DSA just take over in a night of the broken glass, like light in the long knives. That's not going to happen. But my fear is this is going to start a ball rolling that's going to be harder and harder and harder to stop as it gets bigger and bigger.
Right, but what's the way to stop that, Wick? Better policies, better politicians, winning primaries, not electing MAGA so that they don't have the position for a few years. Like, you need to be able to like nip this in the bud. If we talked about how Republicans should have stopped MAGA,
how was Biden's policies?
We should have elect more Democrats. Like, that's not what they'd be saying. They say we need to run better MAGA or anti-MAGA politicians.
Good overall?
What? Yeah.
Biden's policies.
Of course.
Was that sufficient to win?
No, you need better rhetoric.
So saying we can just win by better policies is kind of silly.
Okay,
right?
How are you stopping the DSA wave other than maybe hoping MAGA wins? What's your other prescription?
The other prescription, better messaging is number one.
Okay.
Acknowledging the threat that DSA, like one of the reasons DSA gets away with what it gets away with is because people are like, well, they're just like us. They're just, they're democratic socialists in the way that maybe Pisco is, or the way that maybe
I'm not a democratic socialist.
I'm a socialist.
They're like,
Wick doesn't know the difference between democratic socialist and social democrat.
Is anyone else feeling that big Wick energy?
Hands up, guys. Hands up. Hands up. Thank you for $5, Shimbly. Wick doesn't know the difference between democratic socialist and social democrat. It's over. It's over, guys. Conversation thrown in one retarded read here.
Gets away with what it gets away with is because people are like, well, they're just like us. They're just, they're democratic socialists in the way that maybe Pisco is, or the way that maybe
I'm not a democratic socialist.
I'm a social democrat, Wick.
They're like, they're
left
leaning, they're progressive. They call themselves progressives, and they change what they call themselves in different venues, by the way, right? But they get away by masking on.
No, SOCDEM's not. No, SOCDEM is just like Nordic model, usually. That's usually what people mean by SOCDEM.
People just kind of letting them in, right? So by identifying the threat, by kind of unmasking them, by kind of forcing people to really reckon with what they actually stand for and what they're actually
American
trying to
says
do,
SOCDEM, it means I'm a Europhile and I want the Nordic model.
A lot of people were like, whoa, they really want to abolish prisons? That's fucking crazy. And I think that goes a long way. But I think that one of the reasons they get away with it is, like I said, no one takes them serious. And it's insidious. And that's why it's very, very dangerous.
Right. But,
we all recognize the threat of MAGA. All of us.
As political commentators, we can all look at these shitty positions and say, these are shitty positions, right? I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with this. Abolish prisons is fucking ridiculous, right? But if you're asking, what does the Democratic Party do when you say we need to cut them out of the tent, we need to get rid of this cancer, we need to stop the stone from rolling down the hill? Sure. Okay, so we message better, right?
He means
I
like
agree with that.
He means like publicly disavowing them, distancing yourself from their policies. Like, Biden did that, to be honest with you.
Right.
When Biden said, I am the party, when people were trying to tie him to like Bernie's policies. And so like, I guess, Wick, I'm just saying, like, I think the better outcome would be Hong wins. And then we have like sensible Democrats that are in positions of leadership that have platforms and influence to do exactly that, to just say, like, listen,
look, I hope
the voters made their decision in Wisconsin, but obviously the Democratic Party is never going to support, getting rid of borders.
Yeah.
Am I throwing in Keith, guys? He's here.
Yeah. Okay, bring him on.
All right. Seven people. This is the most libs learning we've ever had.
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hi.
How are you?
Good, buddy. You
doing well, man?
Good.
Double check you're using the right mic. Go to settings at the bottom and then make sure it's the right mic there.
Certified little Brady Bunch here.
Is that? I'm gonna put Wick in the center though. There we go.
Hold on. Do another mic check.
Test.
Do another mic check for us.
Hi.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Better.
Yep.
All right. There we go. Hi.
How's it going? What's your take on this?
Nice to meet you. This is a lot of men. It's the manliest podcast there is.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
So Keith, what you said you could only be here for 20 minutes. So weigh in on this. We're curious.
What is the topic at hand? I was gonna yell that in your chat, Hutch. So I'm grateful
DSA,
to be
a bigger threat than MAGA right now. That's the topic.
DSA a bigger threat than MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's broader discourse about the concept of blue no matter who, and Wick is taking the position.
Where should our lines be?
Where
should our lines be? Is it blue no matter who?
Here's what I don't like is I think like there's a lot of personalities on Twitter who are doing this, and I really try not to do it. I think attacking the factions within the left does not help anyone. And I think like one of the things that MAGA has done for better or for worse is they're kind of, I mean, we're seeing it splinter now, but they're pretty cohesive. And I think like when it comes to most things, I think everyone on this live stream probably agrees on most of the big things, right? And so it's like that small 5%, it just doesn't feel like we're all on the same team. Maybe that sounds like really like naive or something, but I think like we're all trying to like work towards in the same direction.
Well, let me push back. I don't think the DSA has the same end goals as liberals and progressives. They want to go far further than that. They want to end capitalism.
I think they have an extreme endpoint, but I do think the DSA does want to get to the same. We are all going in the same direction. I think they have a more extreme end than say like liberalism, but I don't think they are totally different. I don't think they're like.
I mean, they literally say we're not
different.
Democrats. We're using the Democrats, and like, don't get me wrong. Just to push back on this, Keith, I am totally for criticizing these people. The people that say you can't punch left, I think, are very, very stupid. They just don't want the heat. I think Wick is totally fine to call these people out. My issue with Wick is that he says, "Well, to beat them, we need to let MAGA win." I'm fine with criticizing these people, primarying these people. Look at what happened with Cori Bush, with Jamal Bowman. If you don't like these people, once they get the power, this is the time where we say, "Well, this is bad. You're passing bad policy. Let's get rid of these people."
I just think there's like not this like inherent evil with some people on the left just because they see things a little differently than you do. That's all.
That's not why. It's not because they see things differently, right? It's because they want to do things that I think that would fundamentally
getting food. I don't agree with don't punch left, but don't punch left thinking it's like good strategy. You know, punch left if you disagree with someone further left than you and you honestly disagree and you think it's a principal issue. Sure. But this whole idea that, oh, you have to criticize your own, otherwise people won't vote. No. You just cede ground. It's bad strategy. You should do it if you're principled and you truly believe it. Obviously, you should always say what you think. It's not good strategy. Don't pretend it like works.
Destroy our party and destroy America, and they hang out and are boosted by people.
How many DSA members are there? Aren't there like only like 100,000 or something?
Yeah.
So like,
much.
But come on, you're
here's
really
the
worried
thing,
about 100,000 people are going to destroy the country?
There are polls showing
it just
that
feels
like
again, this feels like misplaced.
I think it's more about their oversized impact on the discourse. So it's true that very few people in this country identify as like an authoritarian leftist or like an actual Marxist, or could even like define what those words mean.
But DSA is not made up with people who think they're Marxists or.
Oh no! Wait, hang on.
No, but no, I'm saying there are people in DSA. There are people in DSA who think they are Marxists. Yes, who believe.
No, that's the whole. But no, that's the whole org. That's the entire organization.
Like, do you believe in everything in the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. But I'm saying like the organization.
There's a lot of people in the DSA who also do not agree with like that. like what do they put like those things that they believe in? I don't know what the
abolish prisons and everything.
Yeah. That shit's nuts. I was at a DSA meeting 3 weeks ago, and they were like, a majority of the people who were there were like, yeah, that shit's insane. The thing is like, there's a discrepancy. There's like there's internal debates too, of like where the DSA wants to head. And there's a huge difference between the national DSA versus local chapters.
Well,
and I think that's something that's
I take your point. You can have chapters that are maybe more moderate than others, but if I go to the DSA platform, the very first thing at the very top here asks, imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. That's the very first thing that they mentioned on their website. And so, you can say that you went to a meeting and there were people that were more chill, but the organization is like very definitionally.
I understand. And I think
anti-capitalist, anti-liberal.
Yes, I think the people at the top of the DSA, but I think there's also like this fight within the DSA to decide in what direction.
No one hates DSA more than the internal members. All they do is fight. But first of all, guys, if anyone called me a sweeper before, I think you can say I'm strictly to the right of Keith on the defense here. This is very clearly like, all right, like they want very different things than the current Democratic Party. They want to use the Democratic Party to achieve those things. I think you're downplaying the severity of how bad it could get. I'm just saying MAGA's worse right now.
Well, wait a minute. So this is something new because I didn't realize this. Of course, it's because I don't obsess over it. But the DSA platform was not voted on by its 100,000 members. Is that correct? It was approved.
No. They have a convention, and they have
there's a convention,
and they vote on the platform. So it's democratized within the institute.
No, there's a vote. I don't know how the whole process works, but it's not like every member is voting on the platform.
Yeah, but
and also, if you're a Democratic Party member, did you vote on the Democratic Party platform?
No, but if it was so disanalogous to what you believed, would you call yourself a Democrat, or would you say, hey, I'm an independent and I don't really agree with most of this, but I'm going to vote as a Democrat, right? Like, you wouldn't be a paying member of an organization that was that antithetical to what you truly believed, right?
I also think
you would.
It's a bit of a cop-out to say, sorry, Keith, I'll just be real quick. It's a bit of a cop-out to say, I'm not attacking you on this, Keith, but some of these DSA people they're like, I'm not associated with the national, I'm with the local. Well, Hong did that from Wisconsin. I looked up her Madison branch, and sure enough, there's a working group to abolish
Thank you for the membership. Thank you.
In there when she said she doesn't support that. So I feel like the local groups are pretty much in line with the national too.
I mean, that's just hasn't been my experience, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could paint with a broad brush and.
Well, I think there would be like unfairly mischaracterizing a group, and then there's taking their national platform. I think like the Democratic Party national platform similarly defines the party when those things are relevant every 4 years. And I just don't understand this idea that we wouldn't
give grace to MAGA. Like if someone was like, well, I don't vote with Trump on everything, and there's some things I disagree with MAGA brand, but 80% of the time, 75% of the time, they identify as MAGA, we wouldn't grant them this grace. Why are we doing it for these guys?
Is it MAGA or MAGA?
I don't fucking know.
Make
I would like to know. I think it's MAGA. Don't give them the soft A. They don't deserve it.
The hard A.
Good one.
I think with peace and love in my heart.
Thank you, Jim.
I feel like Keith, you're sane washing a little bit. There's this concept.
Sorry, I'm back now. I've got food.
In those circles of entryism, where these groups will deliberately infiltrate, parties like the Democratic Party, and then they run on populist, broadly like popular economic policies like, rent control or, lower taxes for middle income and low income people and subsidized healthcare. But the whole point is to sort of like hollow out the institution and rebuild it in their image, or do what they call like a dirty break where they get enough support.
Are you a DSA member, Keith?
I'm a DSA member. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. So Keith, do you support those things we've talked about, like abolishing prison?
No, I don't.
So why did you join DSA then?
Because
what made you join?
It's not. Well, first off, I think if you ever been a part of a political group, they're more aligned with what I believe and the actions that they take than like the local Democratic club that I used to be a member of.
Yeah, so what do they stand for that you think makes you want to align with them more than a Democrat?
Well, I like that they're actually action oriented and they're trying to do things locally within like New York or Florida. And they actually seem to be doing things that are changing politics for the better, in my opinion. We have Zoran Mamdani, who, if not for the DSA, AOC, if not for the DSA, wouldn't be political figures. And it just was really funny to me that the establishment is so upset about the DSA when they're actually just helping create better politicians that actually are helping the Democratic brand.
Well, how do you square that? How do you square that with like?
Yeah, I wouldn't want him to cite a specific there. This guy kind of sucks, but you know.
JB Pritzker, for example, who's been really aggressive on super progressive policy. Or how do you square that with Abigail Spanberger, who signed nearly 1,000 bills into law in her first 90 days? I mean, you say like DSA are the ones that are action oriented, but I just never hear a peep about politicians like Shapiro, who has like God tier net approval.
No. I'm saying like Amazon is fighting a bill that's going through the city council in New York that would make it so that delivery drivers who do the last mile here in New York City have to actually be Amazon employees. Right now, they're contractors. And so they've been taking a lot of actions around that to help push that through the process of the city council. That's what I mean.
Sure, but that's not exclusive
I don't
to
feel
DSA.
I don't
What's
feel
that?
like that's a DSA.
That's not a
thing.
DSA exclusive.
That is the DSA.
Like
No, the
Democrats fight
DSA
for
is like
stuff that.
they find specifics, things like that help workers, like bills like that, and they try to make sure that they are putting pressure on the politicians to get it passed, and also making people aware that Amazon and other companies are trying to fight it.
Do this?
Well, Keith, to bridge the gap here, I think.
I don't think. But that's the thing. It's like it's an act.
You don't think Democrats have stood up for the working class again and again and again with bill after bill after bill?
No, I'm saying the Democrats are.
He's talking about the group getting together and fighting issues that affect people in a city or in a state or whatever, and pushing for those policies locally. I don't think the Democrats do take that much of a proactive approach like that. I haven't, been shown that.
Organized like that on the local level. That's what I mean.
So you're saying the local Democratic chapters don't have that?
No,
energy
I've been in local Democratic chapters. They literally exist to help the members of Congress and the local electeds stay in power. That's the whole point. And trust me, there's no activism at the Democratic clubs, at least the ones in New York City.
Doesn't
you're
that
saying
seem
the
a little
local
bit?
game,
Doesn't that
in
seem
your
a little bit
opinion?
broad?
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, like,
just to clarify here. So what you're saying is, so if I understand you correctly, because they're hitting you with like statewide and national figures, and to be clear, Keith, and I'm sure you would agree, there is an overstatement on the part of the left that Democrats never get anything done. You know that's bullshit. Like, again, Spanberger's a good example. Joe Biden got a lot done. Like, there is a lot of movement at the national and state level from quote-unquote establishment Democratic figures. But you're saying at the local level, in your experience, the DSA there was more game in town for the local chapter of the DSA, and that's why, because you're in New York, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So you signed up with the New York DSA because for local issues you preferred them as opposed to the Democratic Party.
Yes, and as I'm saying, I mean, I know you all want to
totally reasonable, totally coherent reason to sign up to an organization like this. Then look at Wick's creepy ass fucking look on his face. Look at this fucking registry ass look that Wick has given this guy. This fucking sex offender registry ass look Wick is pulling. Looking at Keith like he's about to tell a trusted adult where Wick touched him. That's the look Wick's giving this guy. So look, a pedophile gives a victim when they're threatening to out them. That is the look Wick is giving. He's like, "Oh, are you sure? Oh, are you sure? Oh, I don't know." That's the look he's giving to Keith Edwards here.
Just to clarify here, so what you're saying is, so if I understand you correctly, because they're hitting you with like statewide and national figures, and to be clear, Keith, and I'm sure you would agree, there is an overstatement on the part of the left that Democrats never get anything done. You know that's bullshit. Like, again, Spanberger's a good example. Joe Biden got a lot done. Like, there is a lot of movement at the national and state level from quote-unquote establishment Democratic figures. But you're saying at the local level, in your experience, the DSA there was more game in town for the local chapter of the DSA,
You don't think
and that's
anyone's
what.
going to believe you, do you? Oh, yeah.
Because you're in New York, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So like, you signed up with the New York DSA because for local issues you preferred them as opposed to the Democratic Party.
Yes. And as I'm saying, I mean, I know you all want to be like DSA is a little. I'm not a Marxist. I consider myself to be like a social democrat. And there's a lot of people like me, but I say the main people who go to these meetings are
people who are more left wing than the Democratic Party. I imagine the sorts of people that end up joining the DSA. They feel like the Democratic Party is not left wing enough for them, so they join the DSA. Does that mean they are all communists? No.
Are just more progressive Democrats. And so I don't know, but I understand the party platform and that lady that went on Fox News, insane. But also why can't I be a member of something and trying to do what I can to put my beliefs
so what
onto
people even mean by Marxist varies massively as well. What people mean when they say they're a Marxist, they could simply mean they subscribe to sort of like a materialist analysis and like a sort of class analysis of most things. That could be it. That could be it.
Into the group too. So it's like
I think this idea the argument is that the majority of DSA is Marxist-Leninist, and their end goals are not the same as yours if you truly aren't a Marxist-Leninist.
No, they're not.
Wait, is the argument that the Democratic Socialists are Marxist-Leninists?
Well, I don't know about ML specifically, but definitely
Marxist.
Marxist, yeah.
The DSA are Marxist explicitly.
Guys, should we get a woman's voice in here?
Marxist-Leninist.
Leftist
Keith already said about how all the testosterone on here.
Do it.
All right, let's do another panel. We could get nine. We could fit 9
doesn't have too
people in
much
here.
time anyway.
I do have to. I do have something. I do have to get to, but.
Hi, Anne.
I do want to thank
you a card
A woman showed up. A woman showed up, so I can't leave yet.
Proving me right in real time.
No, can you guys hear me? Well, I've never done
proving me right in real time.
Okay, that's good. Wick, I thought you missed me. What happened? All of a sudden you have to go now.
Well, because I had the Liberal Action Network thing I have to do, and I.
Okay.
I told them I'd push it back a little bit because I wanted to fight the good fight here, but
this is more important.
No, I'll give you 10 minutes and then I have to go.
There's good liberal work to be done, Wick. Come on.
Yes,
this is why Keith is DSA, by the
way.
And
then I do have to fulfill my responsibilities. So
true.
All right, say your piece.
Interrupt,
not
I
uncommon.
know you guys were just in the middle of something.
You've already interrupted. Now you have to keep going.
For what it's worth, I just want to say, Keith, just to put a button on it, I am not going to deny your experience with DSA, and I don't share, Wick's contempt for DSA or even Hutch's to the extent that they do. Now, I do think that there is an illiberal strain within the upper echelons of DSA.
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why people are saying it is like this. It's not an illiberal strain. That is from the top down.
Is AOC a liberal? Is AOC a liberal in your estimation?
She's not the top down. She's a DSA endorsed candidate.
Didn't they disavow her?
So wait a minute.
Why are you fighting me on this? Why are you fiting me on this?
Because you want to paint the entire DSA as illiberal, and I reject that category. I just categorically reject that.
Yeah,
listen. I don't know. Have you read their platform?
I have read their. I've read their platform, but this is where I think Keith has a fair point, which is this idea that literally every single candidate or every single member of the DSA must co-sign the illiberal extreme of the national platform.
No. But the national platform
reject it.
That is the party identity, though. But I feel
so wait a minute. So to be clear, you agree then that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are illiberal. You cannot be a liberal member of the DSA.
No,
right?
That's
not. He's saying the majority of them are going to probably follow the national platform.
You're trying to find a contradiction. You're not.
No, I mean, I found it. I found it. I found it. You're fucked.
No, but she governs like a pragmatic.
Dude, I do like Josiah. He is kind of a pussy on Twitter. He's kind of a fucking pussy on Twitter, but he is funny.
Progressive liberal, and she's DSA aligned. She's still,
take AOC out. What about Mamdani? Mamdani has not been disavowed by AOC or by the DSA. Is Zoran Mamdani illiberal?
I think
I
his
would
end
say
goal
so.
is
Yes,
he's a communist,
I would say
right?
so.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be right back. 1 second. I don't mean to bail. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, Josiah here. I'll argue for Edge because I agree with him here. Like the idea that this isn't a majority.
Yeah, literally, this Pisco and Josiah have two of my biggest pet peeves with sets right now. In fact, Keith Edwards is worse because Pisco's is just he's staying in Japan, so it's not his set. However, Keith Edwards and Josiah and Pisco to an extent, displaying some of my worst pet peeves of sets. So Pisco and Keith using fake brick vinyl wall stickers, disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. I do like Keith's blue curtain and his screen showing his logo. I actually do quite like that. That's fine. However, this is disgusting. Josiah with the fucking, what are these called? AccuPanels, I think. These are on Amazon. If you search wall panels, wood wall panels, something like this on Amazon, these are the first things that show up. They look like shit. They're tacky as hell. And also, yeah, like the like red and blue, this is so trite for political content. This is so trite for political content. Cut this out.
This like coalition.
I did not say even majority. I said the idea that literally every single member.
No one's saying there aren't exceptions. They're saying this is the DSA, this is the org, this is their national platform, and this is what they're pushing. Like, why would you be a part of an org if you're that opposed to communism in the long run? If you're that opposed to seizing private property, if you're that opposed to this national platform,
can you be a liberal who is not opposed to communism?
I don't know if you can have liberal communism. No,
they are noise dampening, but you can control the acoustics in a room without using these dog shit tacky panels.
So then, by definition, there can be no liberal member of the DSA, right? You're boxed in, Soy.
No,
there
wait a minute.
People
in the DSA who do not support communism.
No, literally, it sounds like Keith is one of these people who is just like, no, even though a majority of the people kind of want this illiberal communist
how can
seizing
Keith
of private
possibly
property
be liberal? How can Keith
because in the short term, this is not big enough for him to like. It's like, look, they're pushing more progressive, they're fighting harder, they're organizing, and yeah, maybe that's their end goal, but it's so far in the future that it doesn't matter to me, right?
So Josiah isn't really framed very well. He's trying to keep all of this in frame, but you need to be like close to the camera or something.
I can be a liberal member of the DSA.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying that clearly the majority. No, I'm saying you probably can't be a liberal communist.
Can you be a liberal MAGA?
You said that DSA.
No, Josiah, can you be a liberal
DSA
MAGA
supports communism, right? The
liberal
national
and
platform.
Yeah.
Right, Soy Pill?
Yeah.
How can you be part of an organization that has such a liberal?
Yeah, what's the point?
So you're asking what the efficacy is, not that
obviously
it's not possible.
people are part of it that are I don't think
well, then
AOC
we're good. We're good. Then
okay,
100%.
yeah, we didn't disagree.
Okay.
I'm just,
right,
but the fear was not, can you be an exception in this? The fear is, hey, these people do not have the same goals, the same end goals as you. Some people in it do, some people don't. Most probably don't if they are Marxist-Leninists or Marxists.
I'm assuming.
So Keith, then we agree that Keith is a liberal member of DSA, and it's possible to be liberal members of the DSA.
I don't know
if he's telling the truth. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I just don't know why you're fighting so much on this one particular thing, Josiah. Like, instead of just acknowledging that this is an organization
Josiah?
It is fundamentally Marxist. It is
So Hutch, I'm going to ask you. Hutch, I'm going to ask you.
Don't get so defensive. Wait, hang on. Just listen to me.
Can you be a liberal member
What do you think DSA's goals are? What do you think DSA's goals are?
I think that their goals are to abolish prisons, as they say.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about specific policies per se, but I'm saying like the broad vision. What do you think they're trying to accomplish? Politically,
to locally or nationally?
I mean both.
I think their goal is to fundamentally alter, like the end state is to fundamentally alter the current state of America and make it a more socialist enterprise.
Okay, then why are you fighting us on this, man?
What are you fighting us on?
Why are you fighting me when I say it is possible to be a liberal member of the DSA? Well, wait a minute.
It's possible, just like it's possible to be someone who is liberal and supports MAGA. It's possible.
Wick is liberal and supports MAGA.
Dude, he's a secret. We're like doing like Red Scare shit. Like, they're actually, like, on some insane shit, crying about someone being a secret Marxist. I think if this guy was a Marxist, he'd just tell you he's a Marxist.
Come on.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I have to think about that. I don't know if it's possible to be a liberal MAGA supporter.
It's possible in the same way it's possible to be liberal and support the DSA.
I want to ask Keith.
I do have to go soon. Just FYI.
Keith, I assume you're a liberal. I'm not trying to. And is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like, how do you?
Yeah, liberal. Yeah,
liberal. So
yeah.
Just wait, Pete comes soon. I'm aware of what happens. I haven't spoiled it for stream yet. But Wick has a very embarrassing moment.
Afraid that as a liberal joining DSA that you could open the door for some of the more extremist stuff by legitimizing them?
No. I mean, I don't, what do you mean?
So you've heard some of their national
legitimized?
No. But I think the concern is that we're kind of sane washing some of the more extreme stuff while you're not hearing that from the people on the ground at the meetings you're going to, but people are concerned that it's a Trojan horse to bring in this group and this ideology that undermines capitalism and liberalism. Does that concern you at all, joining a local chapter?
No, I mean, I think, I personally think capitalism, capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things. I like to get into regulation again. So yes, I think that like, what was Wick guy is very.
Dude, wait.
Yeah.
Man. So this guy's like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't totally do away with capitalism, but I do think it deserves to be undermined and attacked because the way it's operating in this country isn't serving the people. I think I was a big fan of a lot of regulation, actually. I prefer heavy regulation. And then look how Wick is reacting.
Capitalism deserves to be under. I think capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things. I like to get into regulation again.
You can regulate things on the cap. Oh my god, what's this guy saying? Oh my god, what's this guy saying? I'm gonna pull a face because I'm a fucking child.
So yes, I think that like, what was Wick guy is very dramatic.
Keith, are you basking on right now?
This Wick guy is very dramatic. Wick, it's over for you. Delete your account. Wick, delete your account.
Now, like, can you just tell us what your real position is?
All of it right now.
Did Hasan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Can you believe it? Can you even believe it? Can you even believe it? It's so fucking absurd. You didn't say he was grilling him. I thought it was obvious. I thought it was obvious from what I said. No, look, he's legit. He thinks this is something Hutch used to say as well. Oh, so Destiny admitted that he was spamming Wick to ask these questions, apparently. So this thing Hutch was saying as well is that, dude, it's a litmus test. It's a litmus test. You can tell if someone's a crazy communist snarker if they didn't think Hasan shocked his dog. Now, obviously, that you know, as much as I believe that anyone who looks at all the evidence and engages honestly and really, you know, looks at it thoroughly, would come to the conclusion it's likely Hasan shocked his dog. I do think that. I do think it's likely Hasan shocked his dog, based on all the available evidence. I don't care that he shocked his dog. I don't give a fuck. Many dog owners in America use electric collars, which are a legal tool, and the dog being trained the tool is frankly better than most dog owners. Even if it's in a way that is unnecessarily uncomfortable. So yeah, it just isn't a big deal. Who cares? Now, yeah, there's also prong collars, like what Eli Klein, I believe, used, right? Or was it AB? I don't remember. Someone used a prong collar. But the idea that this retarded, intricate, meaningless drama topic is a litmus test for any political actor online to see whether they're honest or a crazy communist is it's fucking insane. Most people just don't care. They just don't know and don't care, and they just hear either Hasan did shock his dog or Hasan didn't shock his dog. They take it as fact and they move on with their life, like most people do with, frankly, most topics. Yeah, I think I've actually got Dicker's reaction to this. If I can just pull this up. One moment, guys. I'm gonna have to pull this from somewhere. It's gonna take me just a moment. If I can just pull this up. So this is Dicker's reaction to this question being asked. And I think he's justified for this one, to be honest, guys. It was so crazy. He cycled through 50 different faces, guys. That's how crazy that question was.
Yeah, well, Keith, are you masking on right now? Like, can you just tell us what your real position is?
I got all of it right now.
Yes, it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things.
Regulate
I like to get into regulation again. So yes, I think that like what was Wick guy is very.
Dick is after getting followed by one chopped woman.
Keith, are you masking on right now? Like, can you just tell us what your real position is?
I got all of it right now.
Did Hasan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hasan Piker shock his dog?
Dude, look at Hutch like, oh, dude, this is such a good question. Dude, did Hasan shock his dog? Dude. Everyone else is like, oh my god.
He says he didn't, no.
He said.
And so Keith just says, well, he says he didn't, no. Obviously has not investigated the full, lining up of the prongs and the showing the different models and contacting the manufacturer. They have not, he's not seen all that. He doesn't follow all that shit because he's not like some gay retarded loser. He's not some like, Arrested Development 50-year-old man living in a fucking hovel doing absolutely fucking nothing with his life, obsessing over someone that just totally mogs him because he's completely bitterly jealous of the position he's in. So he just takes Hasan's word for it. He just doesn't care that much. Oh my god, dude, you're so owned. You're so owned. You think Hasan isn't bad? It's style like, what the fuck, man?
That he didn't.
What are we doing here?
Anyway, I just need. That's all I needed.
I don't know
guys,
if
I gotta
Keith
go.
traffic
I
in
love
that.
you all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hasan?
I have no
drama?
idea what that.
Okay, Wick, ask him a different question because
Sure.
that's
Do you
a
think,
bit more
do you think
niche.
Hasan Piker is
yes.
a? Do you think Hasan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I love you.
Wow, mic drop. He's leaving, guys. Wow.
Now I would disagree.
So that was Witch Charter Network with 1.3 million sub channel, guys. Big liberal content creator. Agrees with Wick 95% of the way. Just doesn't hate Hasan Piker.
Agree on that. I mean, I think that Hasan's from my experience, and I don't obsess about him quite like some of the others on this panel, but some of the shit that he has said is not just illiberal in terms of policy, but like the apologia for Chairman Mao and shit like this, and you know, other things. Like he's pretty fucking radical, I think it's fair to say. And also like his answer over the Gavin Newsom, JD Vance shit. I mean, I question to what extent he takes MAGA seriously. I mean, Adam Mockler confronted him on this, our mutual buddy Adam, and Adam dog walked him for the first half of that conversation by forcing him to confront the fact that Democrats just really are the superior party. So I would peer-to-peer, friend-to-friend, encourage you to revisit Hasan. But
I think I don't think Hasan Piker is hurting the Democratic Party. And I believe in a majority. I just want I want a coalition that can win majorities. And I think it involves having everyone from someone like Hasan Piker to someone like Richie Torres. So
but
I
Keith,
think
you came in here saying like, "Oh, I'm a liberal and I don't agree with all that stuff." But now you're saying you want to undermine capitalism. I mean, like, if you agree with the DSA national platform, just say
I think
so.
Capitalism
Don't be lying to us about this.
I think capitalism is best when it's a little bit undermined. Like you kind of need a little bit undermining in order.
So
to...
he literally is saying he's not even against capitalism. He just agrees that there should be pressure on it from people like the DSA to keep it in line. It's crazy.
Make sure that people aren't being taken advantage of. And I don't think we're doing enough of that right now. I think we are.
Do you just mean regulation?
Yes, regulation. But that is literally, yes, but that's, yes, but we don't even do that anymore. But I do think when it comes to like certain companies, I don't think those companies should exist as free market. So, like,
okay,
I don't think
that's more of the strain. Because when you say we need to undermine capitalism, what people will hear, at least on this panel, is like undermine the ownership structure and the power structure.
Well, I think for some things we should, like, I don't understand why there's oil companies. Why?
Are you asking me?
No, I just don't. I don't like. I think for some goods, for some like products, it's and maybe I'm like a little juvenile, but I just don't understand like oil. Kind of, I feel like it's the Earth's. It belongs to everyone, you know. And so I don't understand why there's
things that belong to Earth should not be companies. Like,
I think there's some. Yeah, I think there's some. Yeah, I think some products. It doesn't make sense to me that they are for profit when everyone
because of some like economic theory or because of like their relationship to the ground and to like Mother Nature.
Come on, they're because of.
I'm just asking. No,
because they're like because but like I do feel like if they could, we would somehow be charged for air. Like that's how that's what
he's saying. It's a public good. Like it's all of ours. But Keith, I would argue it takes money and time to.
I feel like what Keith's looking for here is he thinks that there should be the decommodification of basic human needs. That it shouldn't be that the ability for you to travel is being sold to you for profit. You need to get around. That's what he's really looking for here.
That's why governments should but again, that's where I'm a little bit more on the left than some of you. So
wait, I'm curious though. It seems like Keith is doing the thing that like we're trying to disprove exists. He's being the like reasonable DSA member right now. So I've been probably much more sick of this than you have been, Keith, of like seeing for the last 5 or 6 weeks, just every single lib panel ever is all about the DSA, all about the scary like commies and tankies taking over. Like it's I'm so sorry. We're just reliving McCarthyism and it's so annoying, just frankly. I think one of the problems is like people on the left, the politicians will moderate when they get elected. You saw this with AOC, you see this with people like Bernie, Mamdani. Yeah, exactly. Look, I think you can list off all of these names of people, they espoused these sorts of crazy things. Like Mamdani, just saw him talking about how, well, we really can't arrest, Benjamin Netanyahu when
I'm 27 years young here.
Regardless of what I think that he should have done in that case or what Keith thinks that he should have done. I think generally speaking, those people tend to moderate regardless of whether or not their base wants them to be more extreme. And then I think what's indicative of like the DSA being less radical than kind of I'm hearing right now is people like Keith and people like myself, who's not in the DSA because I have like strong ideological differences with them, which I do have a lot of strong ideological differences, but it's more of like practical, like personal reasons that I'm not in the DSA. So I think this is like proving the point.
Are you a member of DSA or not? I didn't.
No,
I
I
didn't
just said I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Is my mic okay? I just want to make sure that's.
No,
you
sound
great.
good. You're good.
Okay, cool.
And I would co-sign this too. Unfortunately, I'm an addict, but yes, it drives me up the fucking wall that this is as much of the discourse, because one thing, I mean, we may disagree on certain particulars, but one thing that I know Keith and I are aligned on, I'm not familiar with you, Ann, but it sounds like you're the same way, which is that you got to keep the focus on Trump and MAGA and fascism. And so to that end, anti-fascism, I think, makes strange bedfellows. So, I'm not crazy about Hasan Piker, but again, I don't make most or hardly any of my advocacy against attacking Hasan Piker, because right now he's mobilizing his audience and his resources to defeat MAGA by, supporting people in Democratic primaries, and some of them go on to win their primaries, and then they'll be up against, Republicans. Now, other people have different priorities, and they think that Hasan's candidates are so illiberal or so radical or such a drag on the party that they want to hash that out in the primary. That's just not my calculus. And so I also, in my evaluation of DSA, I know Hutch wants me to put more stock in the national platform. Fair enough. But my mind instantly goes to Zoran Mamdani and AOC, who are more important than any random bureaucrat in the DSA, and I think are going to play a much more pivotal role in shaping the...
Okay, well, I think we've kind of got this now. I think we've seen this now. That was the content. We were here for Wick. Now, after the debate, Keith Edwards retweeted some Gato Fumador tweet, referring to the people on this panel as a bunch of like sex pervert degenerate liberals. Now, apparently, he then unretweeted that tweet after Josiah or someone said, "Hey, man, do you mind not retweeting tweets calling me a pervert?" I assume he was like, I didn't really process it properly. And he just took it down. Now, that prompted Wick to make a very bizarre tweet, guys, that I assume he thinks looks awesome. He unretweeted, but I already got my official Freakazoid sex pervert outfit and everything. Guys, it's like cool. I'm like owning the fact that I'm a weird pervert who hangs out with weird perverts. Notice how Hasan, very successful guy that you're very jealous of, doesn't go around saying, "Yeah, I am a terrorist. Yeah, I am a terrorist. Yeah, I am a terrorist." Notice how he doesn't do that. So yeah. Great stuff happening there, guys. Great stuff happening with Liberal Action Network. I'm not doing Diorio's iDubbbz Ethan coverage right now. If I'm going to do that, it will be put in the title of the stream. I probably should have done that today, but this is what I thought of when I went live. So it'll probably be tomorrow. I haven't seen the latest Cheza tweet, wherever that is. Send it to me. Haha, yes! Wait. Someone's sending in something absolutely awesome, guys. She has the good take. If you think what Hasan did to his dog was bad, you should pay for you see what you pay for when you eat meat. He did shock his dog, but stop bitching about it because you're not a vegan. Yes. Yes. Facts. Facts. Wick has no answer to this. Can he? Now this one is pretty peculiar. At Kuihman compares Wick TV to a pedophile. Looking at Keith Edwards like a child on the most recent Live and Learn podcast. It's disgusting to make light of such topics while trying to slander Wick. Now this one's pretty peculiar. Oh my god. Okay, Liquid Sonic sending something. What's this? Cannonball the Musical, 1993, with Trey Parker and Matt Stone. From Boomer Channel. Let's go. I'm gonna get copyright struck if I keep playing it, unfortunately. Ajito's latest video is worth watching. Oh wait, didn't Hasan talk about live and learn? Can anyone link me that stuff? Dude. His thumbnail's killing me, man. We will watch that. We'll get to that at some point. I haven't done the Channel 4 thing, though, but it's like over an hour or like 40 minutes at least, so it's gonna have to wait. It won't be tonight. I spent way longer on the Mauler brand new day video than I expected to. I didn't realize it was gonna be that bad. I thought it was gonna be just like whatever, and I was gonna turn it off. But I ended up doing till like 2 hours into the stream on the fucking Mauler brand new day video. Yeah, can someone send me the Hasan stuff? Where do you talk about live and learn? Let's see if we can find it. So 5 hours into his stream, where was he talking about it? Says this first of all.
They don't know who the fuck I am.
The bad, the
What?
streamer that you, the evil version of you, like the
bad. Oh, bad empanada.
No.
Or oh, you were talking about Sex Destiny?
Yes.
Yes.
There are no young people because I think it was a few years ago. He had some org or some functionary, and it's
No,
just
he
like
still he keeps creating like new shell orgs to make it look like it's like a canvas operation, but then all they do is just tweet about me.
Yeah, well, I remember
they don't do any phone bangs, they don't do any door knocking operations at all, and it's just like
this hate.
It's just like constantly tweeting about me for some weird reason. I'm sure there's money for that though, because like it's clear that there are a lot of big donors.
Totally true.
That donate to both, suspiciously to both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, that happen to have identified me as like a primary op.
Yeah.
And I'm sure those guys would love to fucking float money in their direction, you know, just
I believe that. I just remember maybe 2 years ago, somebody I know was working on a red to blue that was not one of my races and was complaining about, I think, him or some organization of his like made big phone promises that they just didn't come to fruition. So.
Yeah, no, they're not a very.
I was trying to think of like who is.
That almost definitely would have been PV. That's probably part of why Brandon would have got fired.
Who appeals to young people on the like on the center left. I'm trying to think of a figure. That's none exists.
No, there is none. It doesn't. Like, I guess it would be like Midas touch maybe, but even
they're
then,
not too bad.
They're not. But yeah, the Midas touch also. Yeah. Like, Midas touch is like agnostic. Like, they don't engage in like factional fighting. They don't. They are very excited about, you know, Abdul and candidates like that. They're like very clearly a anti-Republican organization, which is part of the reason why I've always like given them credit. Like, they just hate Republicans.
True.
Wow, crazy when you listen to Hasan and it sounds like more like a lib than Wick. I thought I saw someone say Hasan talked about the Lebanon stuff, but I'm not seeing it. I don't watch Hasan either, and I've been live while he was live, so I literally could not. Alright, well I can't see it, so we're aped on that. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do anything else. I'm just looking around. I'm not seeing a whole lot that is looking good for right now. Oh, new Total War Warhammer video. I see this.
So we have here our first live look at the game. So this is the, as you said, this is a build that they've seen this battle before. Yep. It's maybe the last time they see the battle. But they've seen this battle before, they've seen this map before, but never the full thing with deployment and everything we're going to be running through.
Yeah.
Top to bottom.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of your very familiar stuff here. Obviously, deployment. is there. Its deployment is part of Total War.
Yeah.
But again, in terms of the style of the map and the kind of map
I
it
asked,
is, it's
Bushcat.
not
I
miles
asked.
away from the sorts of
See you
the sort
tomorrow.
of map that we've had in previous Total War titles. We do have a big spectrum.
Did you know
of
you
different kinds
can
of maps,
close
of
the
course. We're going
stream?
to have more dense maps. We're going to have more sparse maps. This one sits on the sort of more sparse side of things, but it's not the completely flat. I want to say tournament style map, necessarily. But it's got some interest in it. But it is a good sort of
it's a good middle ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Presents a few different.
This game's gonna make so much more money than it should.
Presents some denser areas, some open areas. So it's a pretty good show map.
We should check out that lovely sunset because it is. That is beautiful. It's
And
grim
look at
dark.
that cannon.
It is probably gonna be a total shit show on launch. I'm gonna be real.
I can hear everyone going yapping, but it's lovely. Take it in, isn't it lovely?
People
Look, and a huge amount of work is going into making sure that we capture the feeling, the grim dark, the scale, everything. So massive kudos to the art team for pulling off something that looks this wonderful.
Someone called me out very accurately of where's the closed beta sign up. That's on the clips that we'll show.
Casey, I think you may be, and this takes a lot. This is quite the statement. You may be one of the dumbest chatters here. We did an open world choose your own adventure Warhammer game with all the lore. I want the perfect fantasy game that has literally never been made for any property ever, that literally every fan of any property ever wants made. They should do that for Warhammer. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
Later, but you're welcome to Google it and find it yourself before that QR code comes up.
Rockstar have not done it.
We'll talk about just a couple of things here before we actually jump into the battle, because some of this UI is brand new, right? So we want to make sure people understand exactly what they're seeing there. So should we start with reserves?
Yeah,
let's go for it.
Will, do you want to click there? There you go.
Ta-da. So massive disclaimer again. Like the actual that panel itself. As of very recently, completely changed. It is still a panel, but we have strategic reserves. So a big part.
Get that guy a Bethesda job so he can make some dog shit immediately.
This game is basically teeing up the forces that you're going to bring into the battle from your campaign, and having them come in their various different ways. So you may have some opportunity to sort of shuffle some units around during deployment. Like what do you want to have your starting army as? But then there will be more restrictions as well. Let's say you're playing Space Marines and you have a fleet in orbit. You'll have some people racked up on that fleet that you won't necessarily be able to start the battle with, but you can join the battle with them throughout using the strategic reserves panel, bringing them in via very violent and upsetting ways such as drop pods. We don't have. Oh, sorry, Pedro.
No, I was going to say, you'll have to consider at deployment whether you want to bring your full force in or if you want to keep some stuff in reserves so that they can fly in on Thunderhawks later to surprise the enemy.
But we're playing the guard.
We are.
And the Astra Militarum, they do have Valkyries.
They hoof it.
Yeah, but we tend not to send them down via drop pod because they are human, they are squishy, and they wouldn't survive that kind of impact. So the guard's playstyle is much more about bringing reserves up the field to sort of meet the enemy and hold the line effectively.
So
which
a bit more like classical Total War reinforcements.
Yeah, with more control over who and when and where, basically.
Then there's two other things we'll touch on before we get to battle. Actually, do you know what? People seem pretty interested in what we're saying rather than having a go at me for not telling Will to press start battle. So there's two rows of icons above the mini-map there. What are they?
Oh, well, they're different things for starters.
They are.
So we have the bombardments that you're going to bring into the battle, and again, all work in progress UI. But the explosive, powerful ordnance that you have from off field, or again from your fleet, that again, due to your campaign situation, you will have teed up before this battle. So let's say, well, in this case, actually, we have our Death Strike Godspear warhead, which is that is coming from off field, right? That is an artillery piece sat off field, ready to get involved. We've done it in our campaign, but we do have a fleet in orbit as well. We have our Lance Strike, and we have
some Valkyries at the ready.
Yep, ready to drop in some missiles. So we've got a bunch of different bombardments that we can drop in, and then we have our army abilities, or in this case,
the orders.
Yeah,
regimental orders. So the Astra Militarum has this mechanic where you can enact orders that will spread to units that are within range of Voxcaster. So their playstyle is making sure that you have all of your units close enough to a command unit that can then issue these orders, which will give them different buffs that you will use to manage your situation in the field to adapt to what you need.
Yep.
Very similar, inspired by their tabletop mechanics, right?
Of course, yeah, and again, just how the guard should operate, right? Again,
Yep.
like coming from the lore, like, you know, they are waiting for their orders. They are the human wall.
Yes.
So yeah, and so part of that playstyle with the guard that we'll hopefully see if Will does his does the best he can, is presenting that strong front and meeting the enemy in the open and then crashing against them and reinforcing. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Fantastic. Well then, we got a lot else to talk about, but I think we can start the battle and start touching on some of it as Will battles the orcs.
Let's go.
Okay, go on then. So one thing to point out is the Cassicans were not in the deployment zone.
No.
So they had forward deployment.
Yeah, forward scouts. Yeah, classically Vanguard deployment, but yeah, forward scouts. Yeah, so they are able to deploy from the front, obviously with some limitation.
See, this is immediately concerning me. I don't feel like we're going to see this game played well by these developers, because are they even making like command groups for that?
Better visibility. Visibility now being a big deal.
Fog of War. It's a big deal, yes.
Yep. So you can see, we've visualized now where things are. We have Fog of War. Yeah. I'm not sure if it is actually in this build though.
It's not. The visuals that are not engaged, but the mechanics are. Like this is why we cannot see the orcs at the moment.
Right.
But Fog of War has pretty big impact in this game, especially because we're playing in sometimes very dense maps.
Mm-hmm.
Buildings, other obstructions will block your Fog of War. So part of the strategy might be to destroy sightlines to be able to see where the enemy are coming from.
And we see one of them approaching right now.
Yeah, it's a very eager battle wagon who's currently being very brave and being a little bit suicidal to drive.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I didn't see what he's going up against.
No, that's what he's met a Baneblade. At this point, he's probably made the decision that it's worth just going in and going ham, and he's gone. So he's done the best he can, and he smashed over some cover,
yes.
Which is probably worth talking about a little bit.
Will moved some people into cover here on this left ruin.
Yeah. And you can see that they'll filter into positions, basically. So we really wanted to keep it as close to the standard control as possible. So this is just part of the drag out. When you're dragging out a unit over a cover zone, they will populate the positions within there. Oh no! Oh no!
And that's what you do if you don't want the opponent to get cover.
It's all good. A bombardment's coming in, so this is all going to get a little bit messy. Yeah, that Baneblade's trying to contribute though. Yeah, which is going to be a rough time for our poor guardsmen. So what this gives us a nice opportunity to talk about is the destruction of cover and how that works too. So we have cover zones. They are pre-established within the map, and it's a combination of the simulation of the actual projectiles being fired and hitting those cover pieces. Those can be destroyed, but within those cover zones as well, we are doing a few things to sort of keep it established. Yep. So we have a concept of evasion, and as long as you're within a cover zone, you're slightly harder to hit. The enemy is more likely to miss you, and what gets destroyed does leave behind a little bit of detritus, as you can see. So basically, there's always a little bit of effect there. What we didn't really want is for players to have to sort of constantly think about, is there cover there? Isn't there cover there? Yep. Did it move? Did it get fully destroyed? So there is an impact. There is a simulated impact. It will become slightly less effective, but it still holds on to some of its teeth.
It does look swag.
We're finding to play really nicely.
Yeah.
But this is the point of coming to closed beta, right? Is to start to really actually fence this with everyone that is going to spend, I hope, a great deal of time like we are playing this game and enjoying it, and figuring out where to take it and how to sort of really dial into the guts of it. Yeah. It's gone really well on that left flank, hasn't it?
They've thrown everything at him. So, maybe some reinforcements at the back for a second wave.
Maybe get the Baneblade involved. But no, the cover zones. Most of the areas in this map that you see that have tons of cover pieces have sandbags, look fortified. These are the proper cover zones that will give you both the simulated impact and the buff. But staying behind positions of cover can also exist in some other contexts. For example, if you bring in a very, very large bombardment, it will make a crater. This crater will allow you to dock some units to it to have the simulated benefit of being behind something that cannot be shot at. But in those cases, you won't get the buff because this is not a fortified zone. It's not prepared for cover. It'll give you some advantage, but not quite the same advantage as these areas of the map that are specific for it.
Yeah. So you get some benefit out of it, and there is some really fun sort of like emergent gameplay that can come out of, are we about to drop the bomb? Oh, okay, all right. All silence for the bomb. Here comes the death strike. So this is lovely. I love this. So yeah, you can see like it's left behind like that crater there. Obviously, that's a massive one. You'll probably get more effect out of the smaller ones that pepper things, and you have different bombardments with different sorts of cadence of explosion that will create different sizes of crater and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Squad's on their way.
Super fun. How's it? It's. We need.
Casey, you literally don't understand what you're looking at. It's crazy. Kenny is trolling, saying, "Is this StarCraft?" And you literally say the dumb fuck shit. This is basically a lamest StarCraft strategy game, TBH. You are literally so fucking stupid. How do you manage to miss with everything you say? It's crazy.
we need the second front. We need the second front. Do you think it's worth talking about projectiles in
yeah.
Sun?
I mean, one thing. If you look back at that tank, one thing that tank's doing. It's trying to do.
Oh, it's trying to get out of range. It's firing.
It's still flaming them, and you can see some las cannons going off.
I think that's a melter going off, but yeah.
Okay, though, with the insane cool.
So yeah, we've introduced strafing. It's a modified movement basically. For your mouse and keys, you can hold down Alt as you drag out. You can just move in that direction. It's not limited to vehicles. We want everyone to have this potential to strafe, but with different proficiency.
Yeah.
Let's say that. So infantry can strafe, everyone can strafe, but we want to make sure that the different sort of asymmetry and skills of the units are represented. So guardsmen, etc., they'll be able to move backwards slowly whilst firing. Orcs can do it if you're that organised and really want to be backing away. It's not the playstyle you want to go for with orcs necessarily, but when it really shines is where you get your powerhouses like Space Marines who are so powerful and super accurate.
Don't lose any accuracy by doing it.
Exactly right. So there are negatives to strafing, but what it allows you to do is you like move sideways, move backwards, and really reinforce your positional gameplay. Because I think a really big part of what makes Total War so crunchy and fun is the positional gameplay. Like, oh no, little craters, and lots of limbs.
That's always been our objective. So we're building a game in the 41st millennium, and we want to bring all the good Warhammer goodness, but we still want this to feel like a proper Total War game.
Yeah.
So Total War is a lot about positioning and moving your troops in the right place and attacking the enemy from the right angles. So we still want to drive gameplay primarily through that.
Absolutely. I guess we'll talk more about like how the combat paradigm works later. But yeah, that positional gameplay is super important, right? So things we'll talk about it later, but yeah, the suppression, flanking, etc. At range is all really important to take down your opponent and make sure you.
I mean, this is about what I expected. I want to see more than just this one battle. They keep showing all the trailers. Oh, Marvel Rivals discussion. Guys, have you seen how they butchered the Magic swimsuit skin? Stylo was giving me shit for this earlier for caring about this. But guys, I just can't believe what they've done. They fucking ruined it so bad. Call me a freak. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. I don't care. I'm right. And you're all going to agree with me. Anyone with fucking sense is going to agree with me here. This is the image they showed over a year ago when they first teased swimsuit skins. In the first round of swimsuit skins last year, this is the image they released. I'll now show you the skin in game. What the fuck is that? It is over-designed. What is all this shit, man? What is all this shit? Exactly, it's Chinese Batman shit. Dude, thank you. It is absolutely Chinese Batman. Where is... I'm trying to find it. I got one. There was a video years ago. I can't remember who made it. Some fucking YouTuber made a video talking about that fucking Final Fantasy Batman shit. Anyway, yeah, I'm totally right about this. You know, people who aren't just trying to fucking freak jacket me, I totally see it. They totally get what I mean. It looks like shit. They're freak jacking me. Izu, you don't get to freak jacket me. You're a zoophile. I'm just right. I'm just right. Keep crying. Keep bitching. I didn't keep a PNG. I googled it. Fucking idiot. Fucking loser. Yeah, let's look at the rival stuff. So there's the Hood trailer. I don't even know who the Hood is.
Step aside. The Hood's here to finish this.
I mean, I'm just hoping this will get some fucking retards off Deadpool. This guy looks a lot easier.
Face oblivion. Yo soy el final. That's real power.
I mean, he looks kind of cool. I don't know if I'll play that much of him, but I'll give him a go. Let's see this Fats reaction. Fuck yeah. We'll keep covering stuff, guys, and we're gonna maybe farm some Fats content, but we're gonna start moving over to Kick, I think, guys. And then later on, not for a little while yet, but later on I will be continuing the Dark Souls 2 playthrough. But moving over to Kick, guys. Moving over to Kick. Who have you been playing lately? A lot of Cyclops, to be honest. Jay Stuck is very insistent that I play Cyclops when we play. I don't know if that's a gay thing for... Okay, move on over, guys. And YouTube and Twitch.